this is J.N.S with Nakhti University, and happy Friday. I hope you guys are having a great week and that it was productive and that it was filled with love and joy and all of that goodness. And so today, I want to talk about a topic as it relates to the old school Boule versus the new school Boule. And these are just going to be my thoughts. It's going to be very sociological. And we put it under the Black American Research and Cultural Policy Center for research purposes because I want to do this topic justice. I can't proclaim to know everything about Boule. I'm going to be speaking from anecdotal evidence, interactions, as well as bloodlines, as well as even just research. And so I'm coming from that lens. And, when we go into this topic, we'll try to do a deep dive as much as possible. It is not to purport any one organization, any fraternal order. This is not promoting any fraternal order. I'm going to emphatically state, in fact, that I don't think that any Black Americans should be joining any secret societies at this time. And actually, any human, to be honest, I don't think anybody should be joining any secret societies. That's not to say don't join an organization or even a high society, but secret societies, I don't recommend them. I'm not in any. I'm not initiated in any. And so I want to first give that disclaimer. It's also not to drag them. This video is not to, do a smear campaign on the Boule either. It's not that. I just want to talk about what was the purpose of the Boule in its original intent? Where does the stream of line comes from? Because it does come from a bloodline that gets into more of the esoteric and the spiritual aspects of things, as well as even the epigenetics and even ethnicity wise, like in terms of the streamline of the generations of Boule and what makes up that bloodline, and how it's not necessarily also just the physical thing of actually joining an organization that is considered Boule, but there's an energy that's even beyond that taps into like our ancestry for some of us, and then even those of us that have walked away. There's also convergence. We're going to talk about some of the convergence between, Boule and other orders, Jesuit orders, Masonic orders, Prince Hall orders, some of the convergence even with Nation of Islam, D9. And what was the intent of those groups? What was their job in the Black community? Did they complete that job? Did they get that job done? As far as old school Boule, where did things go left? And then now we have this new school Boule where that's trying to form, and trying to get hold. Then we're going to bring in some of the political parties because we know traditionally the old school Boule had been more so under initially Republican Party, then went under the umbrella of Democrat Party around the 60s. And what we see now is this new group trying to form. And I don't even think they're trying to form. I think they're completely discredited, if you ask me. But whatever the new group was, that has ties to already existing fraternal orders, and why is that not given sanction spiritually in terms of what you see unfolding? Also, we're going to talk about the dangers of what the old school Boule did in terms of aligning with the system, and so we see that around the MLK time frame when there was the integration period in terms of old school Boule moving from this sort of self-determined reconstruction energy, do for self energy, then morphing into the integration energy with Martin Luther King, but then that convergence divergence rather from Martin Luther King, and then the Malcolm X Nation of Islam energy, which is also technically Boule. It actually is Boule as well. They're both Boule, but they had different agendas and different outlooks. And then towards MLK's journey, towards the end of his journey, he started to agree more with the Malcolm X school of thought, and that's when they took him out. But there's different, I would say, factions of what could be considered Boule, even if it's not the actual Boule fraternity, as far as Sigma Pi Phi. This is an actual fraternity. It was established in the 1980s to strengthen the Black American community in terms of education and leadership development. This is very recent. So this 1980s energy, when I'm talking about Boule, I am not referring to this at all, not even remotely, because Boule means advisors to the king. That's one way to look at it. And then the other, for the indigenous, it translates to advisors to the chief. And so when we talk about this Boule Foundation that you see on the screen, that was incepted in 1980. I am not talking about that energy. When I say Boule, I'm not referring to Sigma Pi Phi at all. I'm actually talking about more so of the bloodline definition, the spiritual bloodline of the Boule as it relates to, I would say, even the orders of the Templars, the Masons, Jesuit orders. Like it's an energy that's older than that. Is that I know for sure. And then also we do know that in the exception of America, there were Moors that came over here that were more so under the Muslim umbrella, and how that morphed into the Fard Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad type energy with the NOI. And so, um, you know, I would say maybe even the context of using the term Boule, as far as what I want to discuss, it may not be the correct term. And I can understand that, but I still use it because now, to be honest, the way our community is using the term Boule, it's literally to mean any secret society, pretty much Black Illuminati. That's what it boils down to. And do I think that, probably in the loose terms we use it, Black Illuminati. We know that there are groups and factions and fraternal orders, but that the term Black Illuminati is not the correct term to describe that. Because technically anybody can be illuminated. You're supposed to be illuminated. And a group that is a secret society is inherently not illuminated, because if it's a secret, that means it's something that has to be kept in the dark. That is the very opposite of what illuminated means. It means to shed light on something and to be filled with light. And so there's this transparency, there's awareness of it, and there's no secrets. And so Black Illuminati would be a horrific term to even use, and I've used it in the past to my chagrin. So when I say Boule, I'm talking about secret society, Black secret societies. That's pretty much what I'm talking about. And the convergence between, even with religion. So we have, obviously Muslim Brotherhood, going into the NOI, and then Jesuit order, Masons, Moors, the indigenous, all of those interactions as well. So we're going to talk about old school Boule. What did those groups look like? What was their job in the Black community? And remember, when we say Boule, I am referring to the Black secret societies, not the actual Sigma Phi fraternity, Sigma Pi Phi fraternity that was started in 1980. So I'm actually going to stop sharing this because it's not doing my point justice, because like I said, I'm not talking about that particular group. So now what I want to do, so we're going to share this screen. This is a website that I built 10 years ago. Okay. Actually could be longer than that. Yeah, it was about 10 years ago. I built this website. It was called, it was pretty much a class on Islam. It was literally a class, like the whole class was based around doing archival research on the Nation of Islam. So we're doing interviews, going through archival research of primary sources, talking with members of the NOI, talking about with members who had left, members who had went back to more of the traditional Islam. These are all Black Americans. And so it was a very interesting course, and they had a museum exhibit with the course that we were putting together and working on. And so I worked on that project. And so this website was born out of that, because one of the assignments was to talk about how Black American Islam formatted rather, yes, in the United States. And so that's what this website kind of represents. And so I got a little creative and wanted to study more of the self-determination aspects of the Nation of Islam. And so that's what this site was. I was 33 right now. So I was 23 when I made this website. I was 23. It was for an assignment and actually had to like present it and whatnot. And so um, that's what you see on your screen now. And so like I want to say, I want to emphatically state that I don't think anybody should be joining any secret societies. This is not me promoting any secret societies. This is just objective sociological research. And also a blast from the past, to be honest, because like I said, 10 years ago, I created this website. So we're going to talk about some of the orders that started, and built up the United States, and a lot of people don't know about it. So we'll discuss it. We'll go through them, and obviously we know about Prince Hall Masonry, so that's not going to be the discussion. But we're going to actually talk about some other groups, and we'll go through like when we say what old school Boule was and what its job was in the Black community. But before we do that, I want to also say that in the second half of this video, we will be doing an ode to the divine feminine. So we're going to be ushering in, just new catalysts, like on top of like, we're going to pretty much be overlaying our dimension of this Nakhti Queen mothership over this Boule energy. And so that at the end of this video, you're going to see me do this sort of cacophonious layout of representations of the divine feminine as it relates to Black women, the Nakhti Queen mothership, and these things I've been teaching about for 5 years straight, the law of gender and the machinations of chaos intelligence and the primordial mother, the Council of 99, the dragon riders, all of the information I've been given out. I'm going to do like this sort of catalyst run on infusing the Black community with that energy, or America rather, as well. And so it would behoove you if you guys stay to the end to go through that, because we're moving out of this brotherhood energy that has been failing our community, that has sold out our community essentially. And we're going to be going into the higher octave of the Nakhti Queen mothership order, with the Nakhti order, which is a high society. It is not a secret society. There are no oaths. There is no pledge, no signing, no name, no in blood, or no sacrificing, no harming one another, no spying and doing all secrecies and all this craziness. The esoteric information that is taught, that is exclusive under the Nakhti science, that is more high level, and that is offline and behind the scenes, and that is expected to be secret. But I can tell you that it's all mental and it's not ritual. And to be honest, it's not even a secret. It's just that it's not, the deeper meanings are not revealed. And that's all it means. But in terms of, the difference between a high society and a secret society, there is quite a bit of criterion to join, specifications and whatnot. And with a high society, that is more frequency based. It's not to necessarily join. You maybe have membership, but you can leave at any time. There are no oaths. There are no, major stipulations. It's a frequency thing. It's if you like the information, if you got something to contribute, if you want to work together, if you want to collaborate, let's do something like that. Let's start to build something. And at any moment, it's pretty much a reverse engineering of how a cult is formed. We don't want to get into this sort of groupthink, controlling what people think, what they believe. It's not what the Nakhti order is about. It's a high society that works on a frequency that is based on enlightenment, that is based on intelligence, that is based on love, that is based on truth, that is based on justice. And that's pretty much all it is. And it is an Umbra advisory board to the United States governance system. And so that's pretty much, and the Umbra governance has its own structure that has a democratic process. Now it's very new, and so this is something we're building, a framework that can work whether I'm here or not, whether the leader is taken out or not. the processes can still continue on in terms of the machinations of the Nakhti order. And that's why the governance structure was published, the economic structures was published, the values, what we stand on, what it's about. All of that stuff is publicly available, just in case, down the line we expect. I know I'm ahead of my time. I've always been ahead of my time. Even with this Nakhti Queen mothership stuff, I'm decades ahead of my time. And so, but I do know that these ideas will get implemented one way or the other, some way down the line, whether I'm here to see it or not. And so we'll discuss that divine feminine energy later on in this video and be very emphatic about overlaying the Nakhti Queen mothership order dimension over the sellout spirit that has been in our community, that has not been benefiting nothing but the picked leaders that are controlled opposition in this community by the white power establishment. And well, not even, because it's even deeper than that. Like, it's not even just a white and black thing at this point. But they have been chosen to keep us down and to lock us out without fair progress and due process, as far as the larger community. And so we're calling that out. We're also gonna pay respect, though, to the original Boules, old school Boule, who did lay the structure and foundation, and who was very much aware, bloodline spiritual Boule, which means they were bloodline Lites, and they carried their science and knew that if whatever deals and pacts that they were going to make, whether they were good, bad, right, or wrong, I don't agree with that aspect of it, but they did know that they had to build an infrastructure for their people, to at least survive at a higher quality of life than the rest of the world, which would be in sync with Western values and and American culture that was bred out of that Sephardic more energy and indigenous energy, regardless if anybody knows about it or not. Yes, it has been systematically buried, and in many ways, the royal Black American bloodlines themselves systematically buried it. A lot of us were uncovering these things, and we took a lot of hits because we didn't know that that was something that was actually supposed to stay secret. If you notice, that's why I don't really go all hard like how I was, because I know for a fact that there are Black Americans among us that are of that Black nobility still, that are highly, highly advanced and highly, highly spiritual, and they are gatekeepers, but not the type of gatekeepers that you think. And some information has to die with you, but also it is extremely dangerous to put all of that information out. Now I know that, and I'm not initiated into any secret society. I'm not scouted or under contract, none of that. But even me just having common fucking sense and coming into the awareness of certain things, and then it hits that I took from blabbing off at the mouth, just from stuff that you could see spiritually. The final machinations of what I uncovered, as it relates to this system, for one, it wouldn't get accepted. It will put too much targets on people's back, and then two, it's it will unravel a lot of things for a lot of people, and so it's not smart. But what we will still focus on is the justice aspect, because here's the thing: whether or not I share everything I know is not important, because we do know that the God, the creator God of all, as far as what justice needs to be doled out, what auto corrections need to be made, what balancing of systems need to be made, it will happen, especially with Mother Gaia, even the earth itself. There's a lot of cleansing going on. That's why there's been a lot of rain. There's a lot of revelations happening. There's a lot of awakening happening. There's a lot of cathartic, release of energy too that doesn't serve us. There's a lot of drama still. As you know, there's a lot of drama popping off in the government and the country and the world. And we have to maintain frequency, though. We can't allow our psychological processes to get disrupted by the mayhem of the world, because in many ways they just want our energy anyways. And so we have to check out. We have to get into our own vortex, so to speak, our own vector space, so to speak, vector space that we create. And if we want to share that space as far as our ideas and our the knowledge that we gain in our quote unquote dimension, fine, sure. But we also want to be very much maintaining awareness of what is the self in terms of what we feel, and what we know, not necessarily believe, but know to be that feels natural, that feels pure, that feels righteous, that feels comfortable, and most importantly, that feels content and stable. That's important, not the world, not the distractions, not the bullshit, not And so, with all that being said, let's do a deep dive into uh, this topic here. So let's begin. And so I also want to say that, again, I believe in sifting through the singularity in information. And with, my epigenetics and with my genealogy, and even, in the spiritual aspects, I'm putting the story together based on knowing, not belief. And so as we're covering like these different groups, do not think that, you know, where I'm trying to promote any one belief. Okay, I could care less about any of the IPUs on your planet. That means like any uh, school of thought that is produced by the work of others, any religion. This is just information to us. Now, unless it's in my best interest of my soul and humanity, then we'll use that information, but you can't put me in the box. Okay. And so, even though we're talking about like the Nation of Islam today, we're going to talk a little bit about Prince Hall Masonry and different orders that were in this country since like the 1800s. It does not mean that I'm promoting them, or I believe what they like. It's like, even if I was talking about the Hebrew Israelites or something, it doesn't mean that I'm a part of those groups or anything. I just choose to synthesize information and to see the singularity within it without getting emotional about it. That's why you rarely see me tear down any particular group. But it doesn't mean I belong to it, and it certainly doesn't mean I agree with everything that they are doing. Here's the thing that would help us all, and it helped me, is that is no one is as bad as people say, and no one is as good as someone says. And that goes for these organizations. Even if we want to demonize them, they're not as bad as people want you to believe, and they're not as good as people want you to believe. There's nuance, and that goes for people, places, and things. And as long as you can remember that, then you'll have a lot more inner peace. And that's what I'm working on, maintaining inner peace, regardless of the external that is on the outside. And that's how I personally believe that one can free themselves if they realize that nothing that is external from you can affect you internally. And then the moment that you have that realization is the moment that you can free yourself from a lot of the bullshit. Okay, so just because I'm talking about the Nation of Islam doesn't mean that I am a Muslim. Just because I talk about the Hebrew Israelites doesn't mean I am a Hebrew. I am a Judahite heir, but I'm not a part of the Hebrew Israelite group. No disrespect. I am a Nakhtian. I created my own IPU, the Nakhti philosophy, the Nakhti Queen Mothership, the Nakhti Order, Nakhti University, my own IPU, based on my synthesis of knowledge and information and my surrounding and my time on this planet, my time as a spirit, in the human flesh, as a certain entity in the human flesh, as Jenny Nunn Stanley, born Jenny Ann Nunn, and my author name is Kali J.N.S. And so my peace though comes from being able to see the information from disparate points of views from all over this planet, and to see the value in it in some regards, and to see some of the things I disagree with. and to keep the things that I think are valuable and move on. That's literally just what I do. And it's important that I state that because, you know, I noticed that, like, with dealing with COINTELPRO, they're trying to figure out, like, okay, well, how do we totally discredit this person's body of work? Not so much just, because they always like to just say anybody that they put on the list, they just try to tell everybody that the person is crazy or whatnot. But that machinations of them doing that has been quite difficult when it comes to my body of work, because they're constantly plagiarizing it. And they're constantly doing things behind the scenes. And so it makes it difficult for them in terms of the way that they usually enact the program on people that they put on lists, or people that they consider, people they want to watch or whatever. um it's been different because, like, say if I belong to the Nation of Islam, it's easier to attack them because then you could have your agents attack the Nation of Islam, right? But I'm not a part of that. You can have your agents attack the Hebrew Israelite if I was a Hebrew Israelite, but I'm not. Okay, so then it's like, well, you got to have your agents actually attack the Nakhti school of thought and the Nakhtian way of life and the Nakhti philosophy. But hey, they can't do that because then it's like you bring attention to that person. So it's been very difficult for them to figure out a way to dismantle everything that I'm doing, because it's like, if they have, we all know that if certain groups get buzz in the country, they just have on cue, have like their agents, their COINTELPRO agents, come out and just attack that particular group. Right now, the Hebrew Israelites are under fire, right? Because a lot of Black Americans are coming into awareness about certain bloodlines as it relates to whether they're from the tribe of Levi, Benjamin, Judah, whatever. The thing is, what the government doesn't realize is that just because Black Americans believe in that does not mean that they are a Hebrew Israelite. That for one, as far as the Nazi school of thought as being the Judahite heir, we are very matriarchal. We would never agree with none of the teachings pretty much that the Hebrew Israelites are espousing, because we come from a whole nother energy. We're talking about the Elite energy, the Serpentine energy, the Nagas energy that is extremely predated before the machinations of organized religion. We don't believe in any organized religion. In fact, we see the information, we study it, and keep it moving. But that's the issue that the government is trying to figure out, in terms of, like, they just attacking the Hebrew Israelites, but as far as what we're doing, we have no connection to that. It doesn't apply to us anyways. We're not patriarchal. The tribe of Judah itself was never patriarchal. There's been a lot of misinformation and bullshit by design, because the government always knew who those heirs were, and they were systematically wiping them off the planet, to just be quite frank. Systematically discrediting them and wiping them off the scene. Anytime they got a wind of who was who in terms of genealogy, they would enact that program. But when it comes to COINTELPRO, in my situation, obviously they have tried, discrediting campaigns, smear campaigns, shadow banning, algorithmic banning, censorship, assassination attempts, poisoning, all different types of weird stuff, financial sabotage, social blacklisting, having family sell you out. All of those things have happened. But it's been all this sinister, through a secret society that they can maintain their plausible deniability. It's never been something head on, because they don't want other people to be looking, okay, what is this Nakhti stuff? What is this Nakhti Queen Mothership? What is this scholarship about? Why is this person talking about electromagnetism from a higher lens? Why is this person talking about chaos intelligence in terms of entropy and resonance and electromagnetism and consciousness? How does this person know this information? They want to bury it and try to keep it to themselves, see what they can unlock. They can't unlock it. It's frequency based, meaning that if the wrong frequencies tries to force themselves in certain dimensions, they will die. That is literally what that means. The information, that knowledge is so high powered, and what comes with it, it's not something that a person with ill intent can try to touch and think that it's going to end well for them. And people who have baited and switched, on the primordials and who have come under false pretense have found that out in many ways over the last 5 years. Um, but it's in terms of, you're going to see attacks on the Hebrew Israelites and on the Nation of Islam. They're going to. This is what the government. I'm telling you what the government is going to do, because they're trying to figure out a way to triangulate. Okay, could this be a way to put a chink in the armor? Because those paramilitaries of those groups have been protecting Judahite heirs for a long time under government-sanctioned Masonic order. Just to be quite frank, it's something the government knew about pretty much, but they're trying to get in front of a narrative. This is above the pay grade of the political parties. Do not bring in Republicans and Democrats in this, because that have nothing to do. They don't know what the fuck going on when it comes to this shit. And even the president doesn't know. Okay. Damn near the CIA doesn't know. This is stuff that is, if whoever you get in a deep dive into some heavy level shit if you watching this particular, segment, this particular set song. If you're watching this particular set song, then this is going to be a deep dive into some interdimensional shit with you. The Royal Arch of Freemasonry, pretty much, but that's even very low level compared to what I'm talking about. That's even that is extremely low level, because all of that information has been botched. And I take the hits for saying that. I'm going to keep taking the hits because it's the truth. And anybody that with common sense, anybody that's a true spiritual bloodline, Nile River, man of the Nile River, whether you're a bloodline Mason or even an actual true Judahite heir, anybody can tell you that they can study that science, they can open those books, they could see instantly that it's some bullshit. Instantly that somebody tampered with it, instantly that somebody messed up somewhere. And you could see that by the state of your planet and the fact that these secret societies want to hide what they're doing. You see what they're doing with the files, with the Epstein files. You see them running around trying to hide that and just blame it all on Mossad intelligence. It wasn't just Mossad intelligence involved in that. The CIA was involved in that too. Okay, why you think they come out? The DOJ and the FBI came out and said that it wasn't real and all this stuff. All of a sudden, but for years it's been real. People don't face trials in jail. It's 1,000 victims. Now it ain't real, so they trying to play on people's stocks. And usually their magic has worked in the past, but it's not going to work because we're in the age of Aquarius. We're in the age of enlightenment. We're in the age of truth. All that's been done in the dark is going to be revealed. We're in the age of Saturn. And you got to come to Saturn with authenticity. No more stage theater. No more Masonic stage play and all this stuff. No, you're going to be the real motherfucking McCoy, the real deal around here. Everybody got to be authentic that go for me, because I got my ass slapped up too by Saturn. Okay, so everything is coming under divine judgment, and we all got to be our authentic selves if we want shit to work, if we want to be in alignment with divine universal laws. It's just common sense. The law of rhythm, the law of correspondence, the law of polarity, the law of electromagnetism, the law of attraction, the law of singularity, all the other motherfucking laws. We got to be in alignment with them, or else, even whatever religion you are, just whatever. That's fine too. I'm not here to bash motherfuckers. I got my beliefs, my personal deep held beliefs. I have the way I was raised. I was raised in the church. A lot of that still influences my way of life. I'm not into organized religion at all. At all. I'm a spiritual being. I love spirituality. I've also loved analytics as well, and being logical. I believe in both. Okay. But what I want to definitely tell the COINTEL Pro is that if you want to sit and dismantle a movement, you're going to have to come directly at that movement. You can't come directly at people who you think I'm influenced by. You think that it can discredit what's happening as it relates to Black Americans waking up to who they are. Many of them, not all of them. And many of them, this information does not apply to them. And that is totally fine and perfectly fine if they don't come into that realization. This is not something to force on anybody. But what I notice is that the government is all of a sudden sending out people to attack the Hebrew Israelites. For what? Okay, if they're doing anything, if they have a way of they want to believe, that's on them. They got a lot of problematic beliefs, and I do think it should be challenged, and I do think they should consider the information that even the Nakhti order has presented, and they have to be more spiritual. This is not a science that you're going to sit in academia or that you're going to prove through empirical analysis. You're going to have to feel, you're going to have to be in tune with the spirit on this one. Okay, and we are totally matriarchal, and we will never. There is not a way in hell that we would agree with the way them Hebrew Israelites have been treating those women. The way they run their shit like a cult, signing signing paperwork just to join and stuff and all. No, we don't believe in none of that. No, but if COINTELPRO wanna try to discredit, have your agents put Nakhti in a motherfucking title. That's what you do. Stop going after black groups that you think is on a rise or something. Okay, I'm a Nakhtian. Tell your COINTELPRO slaves to develop a better protocol of tearing down the Nakhti order. And newsflash, like I said, every sanctioned paramilitary, secret society, Five Eyes intelligence, Nine Eyes intelligence has to follow top-down orders. So attacking them won't quite work because it's all a play any fucking ways. It's above your pay grade. And the left hand don't know what the right hand is doing at the higher levels, and it's by design. I could see all the hands, left, right, no hands, all of it. And so I see the bigger picture at play, and I have no emotional ties to any of it. I still stand on what I believe: truth and justice and righteousness. Righteousness and justice is the foundation of my throne. Okay, and so let's talk about this old school Boule type shit. The old school Boule, you know, we're talking about 1775. It goes way older than that because I'll tell you this one. It's a bloodline that had divergence. Let's go deep. Yeah, I'm going to go deep. Let's go deep. So, obviously, there was like this sort of divergence between certain bloodlines, royal bloodlines, and the black nobility, going back far, far back from J.N.S. and the divergence between what the Moors were going to do. Again, this is at the level of the secret societies. Okay, so this is not information that you're going to know. You're going to be able to find it in history if you do enough research. You'll totally be able to find what I'm saying and confirm it. But what I'm saying is this is coming from an epigenetic plane in terms of bloodlines who go back to these orders. So we're talking about at the level of the orders, the level of the secret societies themselves. So please keep that in mind. Now let's go, because I have some notes pulled up, so forgive me for, okay, so here we go. And so when I'm talking about Boule, we're talking about those secret societies. And there was a rift between those secret societies among the black nobility, the highest levels of the black nobility, in terms of governance structure, whether we're going to continue to be matriarchal versus a faction that wanted to be patriarchal. That's one element, just one. The other element is, what are we using these sciences for? Are we going to use them for ascension, or to be honest, for power and rule over the others? Now, this is where the fallen angels come in, and Lucifer. Now, when we're talking about fallen angels, we're technically talking about people who decide purposely to disconnect from the 125D order, the order of dragon riders, and descend and stay on planet Earth, stay on this planet, and have domain over this planet, or at least this dimension. That's pretty much what we're talking about on a scientific level. The fall in angles of dimensions that create a denser atmosphere. That's what it means in scientific language. But there was a rift between those royal bloodlines of those orders. Do we use this science for ascension and treat it the way it has been originally, the way we were learned it from 125D? This is where Lucifer comes in, because he did not agree with that, obviously. And let's be real, those who are following the Commission sciences were more on that lens. Then you have the Judahite royalty, who were matriarchal and still wanted to use those sciences for ascension. Their original use for them is what they learned when they came down here and when they were at 125D as well. And so that kind of put them at odds with the system, so to speak, in terms of what was being set up at the higher levels. Started in Kemet. Then you had the Commissions, who did not want to be under that matriarchal element anymore either. They also wanted to use the sciences to pretty much, okay, let's create these orders and let's just use it to have domain over planet Earth and obviously these humans. So the Judahite royalty kind of was in the middle. They still understood all of the sciences as well as the Israelite tribes, because this is where the rift pretty much started. This is why when you break down Israelite, you get Isis, Ra, and El. You're still going back into that Commission energy. And it's like if someone's a Hebrew Israelite and you're talking about the what the word he means, it means female in Hebrew. And then you have Isis, Ra, and El. Ra stands for great mother, obviously sun god. Isis, Isis Aset, which is also one of the primordial figures of the divine feminine. And then you have El, which is the Saturn energy of the Elite serpentine bloodline, the Nagas bloodline. So that's tied into the Hebrew Israelite. That's why they're coming under attack now, because the government's trying to make sure that this stuff doesn't spread like wildfire. Now, I'm not a Hebrew Israelite though, so it doesn't even count for us. They don't teach what we teach. They don't believe what we believe. Like, we still believe our 125D dragon rider science. It's as simple as that. We are matriarchal. We are Judahites. We believe in creating IPUs and teaching and being very free. And we are a very different breed. We're morning stars, okay? So we come to slay. Like we on some old different type of shit. We're not under organized religion. We're not under Abrahamic religions like that. We're not actually at all. We're not under Islamic energies, none of that. But we understand it all, and we can talk about it without being emotional about it or trying to bash it. That we're not in that business, because, to be honest, we transcended much of the IPUs on this planet. Thought processes, religions, all of that. We're kind of beyond all of that, to be quite frank. But to be reiterated, you have the Commission royalty. That secret society had ties with, it's pretty much the one secret society that decided to splinter off into 3 different factions. And then from there, create even more factions. Okay, but there's a hierarchy, there's a rank. The Commission royalty wanted to switch up some things. They have the Temple of Set. They did change some rituals. They did hide some rituals. They wanted to still keep it in Kemet, which is nothing wrong with that. But they went into their own, they went deeper into their own sciences. And I have to say, that energy went into the Hellenistic Greek. They taught those outsiders that science. Yes, they did. Against the advice of the Judahite royalty faction. Okay? They were told not to do that. They did it. They overthrew the Queen Mothership, and they also went and taught those sciences to Greeks. And then it went all the way into the Roman Empire as well. But believe it or not, that same bloodline also mixed in with them. And that's why you see there's cover up of Moorish emperors. Like, you literally can see it. Like, there's a cover up. Now, why would you say, like, well, Moor is Berber, that relates to the other brotherhood, has no relation to Kemet? Your history is going to tell you that. Yes, you can believe that. But we're talking about secret societies. We're talking about orders, bloodlines that have to track it. A religion is not a bloodline. So if someone becomes a Muslim, or someone becomes is looking at themselves as a Hebrew, or someone is looking at themselves as Kemet, if they still contain serpentine Nagas bloodline, don't nobody give a shit about your personal religious beliefs. It's one bloodline. that is under a higher order that branched off and created those religions, sure, but that's not important. The dissension or the migration of those bloodlines still know how to cloak themselves, and they're still going to move into, they still moved into out of Egypt into Greece, same bloodline into Rome, same bloodline splinters off into Portugal, Ireland, and Spain, and Britain, same bloodline. I can only speak about from the ones that still migrated, that found themselves into America. Now you say, well, how could they? How does that relate to like Judahite royalty? Again, they had to hide some of them. Some, because let's be real, even though that those tribes are looked at as royalty as far as the Hebrew, some of the Hebrew tribes, some of them took hits because they didn't get with the program. So a lot of them did take hits, and that's why you see like them getting smacked up on their, pretty much get out, for lack of better words, getting conquered, so to speak, if you did not follow the program or what was being set up down here. To be honest, the fallen angels decided to roll with what the Temple of Set was doing and what some other Israelite tribes were doing. And even the plan to even hide certain identities. And those who put up the most fuss were systematically killed, which was honestly a lot of women, to be honest. And the Judahite heirs, the last of the tribe of Judah, that they depending on where you were at that time and on this planet, some of them had to hide under that faction, the faction that left out of Tanis, that went into Rome, that went into Greece, that eventually morphed into Spain, Portugal, Ireland. And again, this is an order. So that order knows their bloodline. That order knows who's a Nagas, who's a Serpentine, Seraphim. Who knows who went into America from that point, to keep hiding these Judahite heirs, to keep them out of the system that was set up on this planet, which is pretty much the system, let's be real, the satanic system, the Masonic system, to keep them out of it. It doesn't mean that they weren't a part of it or they're not even bloodline Masons. But what happened was that science was becoming so perverted, and the tribe of Judah did not ever agree with that level of perversion, pretty much. And so there's that rift. Do you use the mystery sciences for ascension or descension? Is it okay? Those things, the teachings of pretty much that we were pondering upon, the Essenes, the Gnostics, the Temple of Set, the Temple of Isis, the Temple of Osiris. Like, these are different orders that still have connections. Now, back in those days, you have a riff, right? But notice that the information seems the same, or like it's plagiarized, because there's different groups and religions, but it's the same bloodline relating in royalty, relating to the dragon riders. You just have some rare riffs in terms of nobility and governance. So the Commissions didn't want matriarchy anymore. They want to teach the foreigners the science. The tribe of Judah wanted matriarchy. They don't believe in child sacrifice. They never believed in blood sacrifice. The Commissions, a lot of these other orders did. And it wasn't just the Commissions, because obviously you get into Sumerian, Babylonian orders. But there was a fight in those orders, a rift in the Black nobility. They break out, same knowledge, they form new groups. Some lose more rank than others. Other Hebrews wanted patriarchy and to change the dietary laws or add other laws to them. That's where you start to get more into that Hebrew Israelite stuff, the Isis, Ra, and El. Okay, and so we see this. Okay, we're gonna lose. We're outnumbered. These women, you chop off your breasts and you light it. I mean, that's where so many women were getting killed, and that morphed even into not just what was going on over in Kemet and Rome, but also in West Africa. They did the same thing. It was a smackdown. It was a total dismantling of a system. So if there was any tribe of Levi, did the same thing over in West Africa. It also happened in America as well. And unfortunately, as it relates to the overthrow of the Queen Mothership, it happened in America, The indigenous will tell you the same thing that happened here, and it would happen the exact same way that it happened in Africa. I've studied this, and I've listened through the oral histories of the indigenous women tell me this stuff out their mouth about how there was a systematic overthrow, and even also how the Moors played a role in what happened in America to the indigenous tribes. And so, a lot of people obviously come from both bloodlines, but the Judahite um, heirs, they always believed in matriarchy. They did not believe in child sacrifice. This is why there was such a rift when Yeshua was teaching, because it was like, okay, you are teaching stuff that we consider blasphemous. It is not of the laws of the Pharisees or the Sadducees. Is not considered but what he was doing and teaching was like, whoa, abhorrent. Even as a bloodline Mason, even as someone that was a serpent, from the order of the serpent, but also a 125D dragon rider himself. So that's why he came under, the fire by his own people, and by the Roman emperor, be teaching things that were more in alignment with the original Judahite teachings. So also, Judahite royalty wanted to continue to teach humans, not control them. This was another rift within it that we had with another order. To be honest, the Temple is set. They believe in mind control. They believe in putting a smack down on humans. That's honestly where MK Ultra was formed. It was not just formed in Germany. Nazi Germany was studying ancient Commission science and reverse engineering spells from the Book of the Dead. Okay, Ptah sex magic rituals. Okay, as well as experimentation with drugs and misinterpretations from the Nagas bloodlines, the teachings of how humans are viewed as children. But that doesn't mean that you can touch little ones or that humans should touch little ones. There was a misinterpretation by those who stole the knowledge, and for those who sold it out and was okay with selling out because they wanted to control humans. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. And so you have the other Isis Ra-El energy. They know it's a code for what's being connected. So that's why you see this convergence or this between Hebrew science and Kemet science. It doesn't compete in our eyes. If a human wants to waste their time arguing and competing, that's kind of like control. That's kind of like weird to do in this day and age, because it's clear as day it's a similar bloodline that had a rift in the nobility class in terms of those serpentine Nagas beings and what they were going to do and who was winning and who was losing. And once people felt they were going to lose, they still hid under the protection of the other orders because it was the same bloodline anyways. Well, who was going to deny you? No one was going to deny you. Do not know that those level of power that those beings have? And we're talking about even before the formation of the Knights Templar. We're at this point we're still talking about bloodline shit, and those the nobility orders from there, the dragon riders, the order of the serpent, the order of Melchizedek, that those bloodline orders before they form into more of the kiddie versions where humans were allowed in, which was the Knights Templar. My bloodline founded that, but my bloodline goes back to Chaldean Magi's way before all of that. It's even the order way before the order of Melchizedek, and so that's where we're coming from, that lens. You have tribes that wanted matriarchy, tribes that wanted to overthrow it. It's as simple as that. Those who were overthrowing it, they were winning. So the bloodlines, the royal bloodlines, we have power too. The same sciences, the mystery sciences. We just used it for a different reason. We weren't using it to control other people. We weren't using it for mind control. You think that we don't know those sciences? Are you kidding me? You think I don't know radionics and psychotronics on how to control? I mean, if I can control the weather, I mean, obviously, yeah, we know how to, we would know, obviously, the basics of MK Ultra. Yes, we know how to do that. We just don't, just because you know how to do something don't mean it's smart to do it, because we know the frequencies that get attached to it. We know it's a reverse science engineer stolen from my order. So, of course, we know it. But we just don't give a damn to be sitting, wasting our energy that way to control it. And other people, why we want to remote view what someone else is thinking or in their dreams or some shit. What the fuck? Like, what is so important in but you know what I mean? Like, that's such a waste of time. And even if you do have an enemy that you feel like you need to go after, you know, um, the approach is still backwards in our eyes. But yes, we know, we develop those sciences, so we know how to do them. We just don't do it. It's a discipline thing. It's a emotional intelligence thing. It's a spiritual thing, because we do know that certain practices descend and other practices ascend. It's as simple as that. And the tribe of Judah has always been concerned with ascension. But that doesn't mean we won't fight. We will smack your ass the fuck up for anybody who come for us. It's as simple as that. But we just have a different way of being. It's a different way of looking at the world. Okay. We also talked about, the tribes in America that were backstabbed by the Sephardic Moors, and they still, a lot of them in many ways still mix with them. And so that's why you see the Judah bloodline um, also form in America, even among some of the indigenous. But that happened even before, even the mixing happened even before the backstabbing, even before the Christopher Columbus 1492 shit, even the 1526 shit with Spain and Portugal. It happened before they had been coming over here. They spoke the same languages, especially with the Algonquian tribes. The Algonquian tribes also had ancient knowledge that was similar to what we already knew in Kemet, also what we already knew and Judaism as well. Similar teachings that were able to be decoded in such a way because of the similar patterns, because it was still the serpentine energy. There's a disagreement about blood sacrifice amongst that nobility class at the time. Also, matriarchy versus patriarchy, control over humans or teach them, create a secret society or a high society. All of these things were in question amongst the Black nobility. Commission went into Rome and Greece. They did not follow our laws. They fell as a result. We told them that was going to happen. We told them. Tahuti told them. Remember, they were sacrificing over 2 million ibises to Tahuti, and it still didn't work. It was already written in stone that they were told not to do that, and they didn't listen. So the dissension process plays out in time and space and dimensions at different rates. And so that could take 1,000 years, 2,000 years for you to see the full machinations of what the fuck you actually did in terms of the spiritual malediction that it caused. The good thing about that is it's not important to be negative about it. If you can anything can be overcome. It's not a curse. It's not a condemnation. Anything could be, in order for the right things to happen, you do the right things, and then things change. And that go for us on an individual, as individuals, and even collectively, and even societal corrections of what even takes place in history, because it's just a matter of cause and effect at that point. And so, when we talk about like the interactions between the indigenous in America and even the Sephardic Moors that mixed with them, make no mistake, a true Judahite royalty will automatically know various sciences, including whether that be Eastern, Commission, Abrahamic, indigenous, for the most part, because those bloodlines come from the bloodline that created it all. Regardless of who it was, didn't matter who it was. It's the same bloodline. Doesn't matter the beliefs. We don't have to agree with the beliefs. It's the same bloodline. It's the same. It's the same science. Even if there's different words, languages, translations, symbols, in the end, we can recognize it and say, okay, that's what that was, or this is what this meant, or someone stole this, or someone did purposely teach this wrong so they could control you. Whether that be again, that's what it is. It's tied to that same mystery school. But back in those days, you had to physically travel to go to the mystery school. You had to physically travel. You had to physically travel to learn Kabbalah, to learn Commission science, to learn Eastern science, to learn the Shakti school of thought, to learn Agori Tantra, to learn, whatever it was. You had to actually travel to learn Ifa, to learn Palomeobe. But here's the thing. The royal bloodlines did that. They set that up for their children. And yes, they did. The royal bloodlines. That is why Yeshua is missing from 12 to 33. That's why you see Chaldean Magi's already had things set up, knowing he was coming in, knowing how to prepare for his mystery school training. That's just how it goes. You had to physically travel back in those days. You do not have to physically, the science, you don't have to travel physically because all of our ancestors can now teach you just from the spiritual realm through downloads, through epigenetics now. All of the science is now within us. So the physical travel is not as important anymore, especially having to protect certain teachings, hide bloodlines, hide identities, totally hide them, totally make people think that someone is a slave, make someone think that someone's, name was supposed to given to them by some white people and all this stuff. All of that stuff had been hidden purposely. The Boule at the highest levels had taught me personally a lot of this information I'm telling you, but also um, how the surnames came into place. The American Indian Boules, they have their theories on how it happened. It aligns with what the Sephardic Moors know, what we know, and I'm both. And so I do think that there's truth to what they were telling me. At the time, I didn't understand it, but when they were talking about the identity swipes, how Black Americans got their surnames and their last names, how it did not come from quote unquote slave masters, how the Irishmen were Negro or melanated, that came over here, a lot of them, not all of them, and then there were a lot of white presenting ones. And how, to be honest, I don't even know if we should share this, but other American Indians have purposely given us this information to their intransigence. There was a concerted effort to put white presenting Moors or white presenting people at the forefront of the new structure, while the hidden hand remains hidden. Now, there's even layers to that because there's even another group that is also white presenting, um, that is also at the forefront, a quote unquote looked at as the one that's running things. And then you have the bloodline families that everybody is so scared about, that everybody thinks are the real royalty and all these things. They've made pacts to protect. They've made pacts to those to the Black nobility. They are interdimensional. They appear, how do I say this? They carry that seed. And I'm talking in code now, I have to. They carry that seed. And so they would appear to a human to be interdimensional. They would appear to have considerably more power than them because they were looked at as fallen angels, quite literally, or relation to Lucifer themselves. If not that, certainly other Nagas beings on this planet or serpentine beings on this planet that those royal bloodlines made pacts and commitments to. That still doesn't disqualify what I am saying, because what I am talking about is at a level that is higher than what you're going to find in a history book or what you're going to find. Like, we're talking about secret, even not really secret, but you were talking about the nobility class forming secret societies and hiding, some groups hiding under others, and also hiding information, but as well as hiding identity, but also disagreements about what should we do, what is the way to set up a play. And the commissions, and honestly, the commissions, along with some of that Roman energy, the Constantine, the Catholic Church energies that morphed into Jesuits, like all these things, they won. They won. So that means the blood sacrifice, child sacrifice, the setting up of the plays, the slavery, all that stuff that comes with it. That side won. We lost. They can't harm us. They can't kill us. What the fuck? We know the same sciences. We just use them for different purposes. We hide. But we take hits as well because they lock us out their system. And so it was either you're going to join, which many did. You're going to join their system, or you're going to stay on the outside and be a what we call targeted individual or a chosen one, so to speak. Either you get with the program or you don't. But those who overthrew the matriarchy, it wasn't all what it came to be, because everybody got smacked down at the end of the day. Even the people that had nothing to do with it, even unfortunately, even the collateral damage, even the people that didn't violate anything or create the spiritual deficits. The last heirs with anxiety started new secret societies to preserve their knowledge and hid even within other orders. Others made pacts and deals with entities to sell out their own. They got into blood sacrifice, including some Judite heirs. A lot of the Judite heirs were put in slavery by the Moors and indigenous who sold us out. If we didn't take the deal. And since awareness of the prophecy, some on the outside and inside vowed to protect those in America, whether they were born free or whether they were enslaved. And so we all know that there's a multifaceted history in America relating to, the Black American history itself. And I'm only coming from it from one lens. And just a personal story. So I can't sit and say that blanket, this is all going to relate to all Black Americans, all 50 million of us. I think that would be absolutely ludicrous. And so I think that it's going to relate to some of us. I think that people will be able to think of things in their own bloodline and their own genealogy and be like, you know what, that's I can relate to that. I heard about that too. That type of situation with some of us for sure. But all of us know. And that's not to separate us or to make it seem like, okay, we're better than, the group that can't. I just think that there's different histories and that people have a different journey. That's literally just it. But when we talk about old school Boule, we're talking about 1775, the ascent, the descent rather into America from the Sephardic Moors from Ireland, Spain, and Portugal. They were Masons, a lot of them Knights Templar, but a lot of them were bloodline Masons. They may not have known that. They may have got caught up in the Babylonian deal system that was being set up in America. They, in many ways, they set it up. They got the white folks involved in it, the white royal families involved in it first, and then they, to be honest, had to go under it themselves to even maintain power. And so we talk about once interdimensional beings now having to create homunculus deities and descending so low in consciousness that they now have to even make pacts and deals with those very same entities, beings that they're more powerful than. They now have to answer to, and they now have to take an oath to become enslaved by those entities for however long. I don't know, but I'm just saying you can clearly see even how some of, even the situation that Black Americans and even melanated people find themselves in. When we talk about the dissension process, we're talking about, okay, how did we get to this situation? How did this happen? What happened? Yeah, I've talked about it. I've written about it in books 5 years ago about how they made those pacts and those deals with those entities and how it descended. That's why we were warning people, don't use the sciences for that. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, people didn't listen to us. They didn't listen to the women. They didn't listen to the royal women. They recreated the sciences. We knew what was going to happen. We warned them. They wanted power. They didn't want it. They got upset. And we're talking about a small group of Black nobility, not entire villages, but it messed up the whole structure. Because this is what happened when people want greed and power. And that is why certain orders still to this day practice asceticism, practice austerity, regardless of, you find this even in Eastern culture, Western culture, whatever, and it's for those reasons. And so fast forward, from J.N.S to Greece to Rome to Ireland, Spain, Portugal, Britain, all the way to America, you have these Black Europeans, so to speak, or Sephardic Moors. They also have whites with them, Europeans with them, white Europeans with them. They know how to hide well. They set up the Masonic structure in America. They train the founding fathers in Commission Masonry. And just Irish, Scottish masonry as well. They teach them these sciences that they hide behind them. Benjamin Banneker teaches them. Benjamin Banneker is old school Boule. Louis Latimer, those are old school Boules. They form their own groups. And to be honest, a lot of them even enslave their own people. And in many ways, they make deals, and white people obviously get involved as well with the slavery system. But for those of us that's in the no, we know that there were always Black free people of color in this country. There were Black American slaves, sure. But we also know that there was a groups, multiple groups of Black Americans who were always free. We have the names of those groups, and they were secret societies, who I call Boule. They formed in America. One of them, African Blood Brotherhood. That's more, even there were uh, some Black indigenous that will tell you of some of the African royalty who also came and set up shop here as well, even in the 1700s, 1800s. And some of them even have that stuff in their genealogy. They're just very, very quiet about it. And they don't talk about it. And we talk about they're card carrying Cherokee, card carrying indigenous holders to this day. But they still will talk about in private about how the Moors infiltrated the groups, how they all stayed together, how they stole land, how they got up under, how they was acting like slaves, how they rewrote history and put that they was, the slaves and all this stuff, when really a lot of the indigenous were enslaved, and they were, they got backstabbed. It's a multifaceted history. It's a multifaceted chessboard. It's not just, what they tell you in the books. We talk about the Irish indenture. This is not to undermine any claims or anything. It's just truth. Now, if you have been wrongly enslaved by the United States corporation, by the system, and you got proof of that, then yeah, you won't have a claim. That's just obvious, regardless of where you stand on the chessboard. But the history is still the history. You have the Pacific slave trade. You have the American Indian slave trade. You have the transatlantic slave trade. These were very systematic Masonic rituals being done on people's bloodlines to get them in certain positions, switching of birthrights, the enslaved versus the unslaved, the black and white status, conditions in law, black and white masonry board itself, those conditions in law, who was in black status, who was in white status. There were Black people in white status in the 1700s. A lot of the Moors were. There were a lot of white people in Black status. It was thrown on the indentured, Irish. A lot of the Irish was. A lot of the Italians was. It was a status at that point. Then it became a skin color thing, and the board was switched up again, and they had to redo history once again, the Masons, because it's like, okay, we gotta, paint ourselves in a certain narrative. They pretty much, to be honest, these fraternal mail orders wanted to be looked at as victims, even though they had a hand in all this shit, and everybody knows it. Even to this day, you still see them trafficking women and trafficking, and having secret societies working with the government to traffic. A lot of these fraternal orders are in bed with the government. They sold out their people to the government. They work with the government to keep the status quo going. They will sell you out quicker than a white person will. They'll set you up and kill your ass quicker than a white person will. You better ask Malcolm X. You better ask Darren Sills. You better ask Nipsey Hussle. And so, old school Boule, they're not innocent, but many of them who are bloodline Boule, spiritual Boules, they did mean well, and they did set up powerful infrastructure in America. And we're going to talk about that. Now, they come under two umbrellas. You got more of that Jesuit umbrella, then you got more of the Islamic umbrella. We're going to be covering more of the Islamic umbrella under the Prince Hall Masonry systems, which is why we're talking about the NOI. But you also do have African Methodist Episcopal. You do have a lot of even the ones that fall under the Jesuit, the Black groups, the Knights Templar, which is more so where my bloodline is under. Those are still powerful groups, but a lot of them ended up leaving. A lot of them ended up becoming enslaved because they wouldn't follow the orders. Or a lot of them, to be honest, they have a lot of indigenous blood now too. A lot of them are they have indigenous parents, indigenous grandparents, and so they don't have access to the powerful institutions like how they may have once had. They still have the royal bloodline though, and it's documented. It's something that people know. It's just that they purposely get locked out, and in many ways, they may even be a lot of them. They are chosen by the other orders to be poached on, pretty much. But let's look at some of these. So we know about Prince Hall biography, 1735 to 1807. I don't really want to get into this. I want to talk about because again, this video is not about Prince Hall masonry, but this is a secret society. It is technically Boule. Um, Started in 1765 supposedly. He was 27 years old. He was a Muslim. He was also the founder. And they started lodge. They got a charter by the Grand Lodge of England as African Lodge number 459, and they went on to organize lodges in Boston, Philadelphia, and Providence, Rhode Island. And so this was written by historian James Sidbury, who wrote about the race and nation in the early Black Atlantic. So I think that's a book, and he had his genealogical links. And so again, this history does not apply to all Black Americans. It just doesn't. This is his personal genealogy, and he traced it because again, there was a royal bloodline that came from over there that infiltrated here, the African Blood Brotherhood. That's why they act the way they act. They were never slaves. And you could still feel their energy in this country to this day. You know exactly where they at. We know exactly where they migrated to. Even the ones that's the Irish ones, and they call themselves Moors to this day. Again, there's different factions even with them. So I'm not painting all Moors the same because you can't do that. You can't do that with them either because you have the Sephardic faction and you have the Muslim faction. So you can't even just say they're all the same. It's a genealogical thing. It really is at this point. And even you can get into the mythical aspects and the beliefs and whatnot. But this is the Prince Hall Masonry systems that started in 1787. They stressed that Black independence was beneficial for moral and economic improvement. Okay. Now what this morphed into. See, we also talked about the Benjamin Bannekers, the James Dudley, the first insurance company called the People's Perpetual, and there was a first Black American bank called the Metropolitan Building and Loan Association. So these are obviously not slaves. We're talking about 1787, the Benjamin Bannekers starting the first insurance company called Perpetual. This is Black people created this stuff. The white folks wanted to hide this. And in many ways, like I said, it was by design that the Black folks wanted it hidden. We just now coming out and telling people this. People think they can buck up, however they think they're going to tear down that infrastructure, and you're tearing down. You better have some spirits on your side. Is all I'm saying, because this is not what you think it is. This is not just some emotional bullshit that you think you want to play a blame game. You mad at somebody, you jealous of some bloodline, whatever, and you're attacking the bloodline. You're attacking actual entities, because this is way deeper than Benjamin Banneker, than Prince Hall Masonry, than the Boule. It is so much deeper than that. And so that's why you see the new school Boule not able to get their foothold, because the old school Boule spirits is literally got their foot on their motherfucking neck and is ready to pull the trigger at any moment because they pissed off, because they see that they selling their people out. And old school Boules do not believe in selling their people out. We're talking about the groups that formed, that took the vow to hide the Judite heirs and to protect them. Now, there are multiple groups. Is there some Boules that are old school that are sellouts? Hell yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But the conditions, for again, not all of them were like that. Not all of them were like that. And one of the requirements in the conditions, especially for those under certain tribes, especially for those under Sephardic more energy, and even some of the Islamic energy, you were to build up things for institutions for your community, and you were to, yeah, you benefit from it, but You're not just supposed to just sit and exploit your community like that. Make deals with Khazars, make deals with these white folks, and sell out your people to the highest bidder. Act like you are revolutionary, but you really selling them out. You really a COINTEL nigga. None of that. Hell no. None of that. Like, you can't really just be like, Malcolm X wasn't a COINTEL nigga acting like a revolutionary. That he was really that deal. But he had blood. He had Boule bloodline. Let's be real. Who don't know that? Because he came from the Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad, Fard Muhammad, they come under the Boule Masonic order. Let's be real. The Nation of Islam is under the Masonic order. Who doesn't know that? Let's stop playing stupid. They have full clearance in this country. They're in bed with the government now. They weren't always in bed with the government. No, they weren't. Elijah Muhammad first started, they weren't always in bed with the government. But they did make their deal. Not even above the head of the government. We're talking about the Royal Charter. The Royal Charter. Yes, the Nation of Islam has that. They may not know about it. Farrakhan may not even know about it. This is deeper. I'm telling you just spiritually what I see. Yes, they have clearance with royal. They have a royal charter. They have their paramilitary. The government already knows about it. Ain't nothing you can do. And they were protect. They were in on protecting Judite heirs, and me being one of them. And it was at the behest of the government. What can anybody do? What can you do? It's all a play. It's all a game. It's still under Masonic order. Heirs from more of the Muslim side. Then you got the ones that is under the more Scottish Rite, the Knights Templar side, which is my bloodline. They work hand in hand, but those are fraternal orders. But there's still higher orders than them, because again, we still is upset by a lot of their information getting botched. Because to be honest, the information come from Black folk. A lot of these Black fraternal men, they was selling out. Let's be real, but it wasn't all of them, especially not a lot of the ones from the tribe of Judah. That's why a lot of us don't have our inheritance, because we walked away. But it still don't take away from our royalty just because we decided to walk away, and just because they threw us on plantation with the Indians and with some of the Africans because we wouldn't play ball. If you don't play ball, your ass suffer. You become a target individual. You gonna be plummeted down. Because they have their system already in place. The Temple is Set type system. It's a fucked up system. The Babylonian type system. They already had made their decision. We already had went to war. We lost it. These were just Black folks at this time. Black folks, with no white folks involved, but they used a lot of them as pawns, and also a lot of these Black men made a wrong chess move, and they got fucked up in the game too. Especially after that 800-year rule in Spain, and 800-year rule in Europe, they put the smack down on their Black ass, the white folks. But the ones that were still in at the highest level, that got angelic, that got the 125D bloodline, seed of Lucifer or seed of the Dragon Riders, you ain't putting no smack down on them. They know how to maneuver. They shapeshifters. What the fuck you gonna do? Yeah, they start a new secret society and morph and go into another country like it's nothing. What the fuck is anybody gonna do? Nothing. So we're gonna talk about the mystic orders that practice self-determination. Again, like we said, I hope you can follow the stream of thought. This is not me promoting any of this stuff. I don't believe in. I'm not a Nation of Islam person. I'm not none of that. We just showing that streamline of thought. And like I said, that's just one faction of paramilitary that had been given clearance to protect Judite heirs. Jesuit order as well. All the order of Melchizedek, all of the orders in this country, as well as the Five Eyes, any orders that fall under the Five Eyes intelligence countries and Nine Eyes intelligence country. That's how serious this shit is. That's how, like, when we talk about them going after the target individuals and putting people on lists, that's how deep this shit was to see who is who, and to monitor certain beings, and to monitor certain knowledge, and to ban certain things from getting out to the public, as well as to off certain beings for a time such as this, because Judite heirs this was already a prophecy. Because this was a system, again, we are naturally matriarchal, and so it was like, okay, that's why they say the King James Bible was done to weed out 125D women. That's the real codes in the Bible that helps the King James version, though, not the Ethiopian version, not the Jewish Orthodox Bible. It's a science that allows them to weed out let's be real, women that have 125D dragon rider DNA, as well as that understand Atlantean science, because those women would ascend the planet with those sciences, not descend. And the beings that's currently in charge of this planet, your overlords, want descension. So that's why they act the way they act towards the divine feminine and towards Black women in particular. It's real, because who would they have to answer to if everything does ascend? What do you think the beings who made those pacts and those deals, the fallen angels, as well as the interdimensional beings that are human, um, that have capabilities of their ancestors, though, what are they going to say when they have to answer to what the fuck did they do on this planet? What are they going to say? What are they going to do? What can you know what I mean? Like, it's just that serious. Like, they got a vested interest in wanting to stay down here and roll over this planet. They can't stay in power forever, but at the same time, um, the 3D thing, 4D, 5D thing, one could technically say it's a free will planet. They have a right to do that. They have a right to do that. They don't have a right to violate universal law. Sure. And you don't have a right to enslave humanity. It's as simple as that. It's a free will planet. But also humanity, that's why they tell you, that's why they say, what is the cardinal rule that they get away with how they treating you? Because they tell you what you're doing to your face, and if you give them consent, you comply, that's your fault. Because they not under universal, they didn't violate universal law technically. See, but they violated universal law when it comes to the last Jedi air that's free. They did, they sure did, and they know they did. They try to force me to take the oath. Like, what the fuck? Like, they did violate. And so that's why you see so many things just going to shit, pretty much. They try to steal birthright. This is why you see so many things just going to shit, because the whole fabric then unyielded because of the bullshit that they have done, not just to my bloodline, but to so many other bloodlines. It's like chickens coming home to roost, technically. Like the straw that broke the camel's back. But let's go 1775. You got your Freemasonry. That's your Islamic energies. Your Grand Lodges there. This is the old school Boule, technically. But once again, old school Boule believes in astronomy, believes in esoteric sciences, and believes in using that astronomy and those skills to build up civilization and empire. As simple as that. Empire is important. So 1869, you got the Ancient Order of Workmen. They evolved from the Burial Society, and so there's the Ancient Order of Workmen. So do you think that if somebody's calling them an ancient order, it's right in front of you, from a burial society? That's the necropolis Anubis energies that crept into Black America. This is where this is coming from. Okay, they started the all-purpose insurance company. Its main function was to guarantee the emerging Black proletariat a financial safety net, economic survival, made such institutions necessary at the failure of Reconstruction and the rise of Jim Crow trade unions that openly discriminated against Black workers. So once slavery was abolished in 1865, all of these orders decided to morph from, they still under Masonic energies, but they formulated, to step right in to build up these infrastructures. And in many ways, even some of them, a lot of these people were free. Let's be real, a lot of them were free, but even the ones that were enslaved also knew some of these sciences as well. They were natural carpenters. A lot of them were bloodline masons themselves. A lot of them were doing a lot of and didn't understand shamanism, a lot of indigenous masonry and science as well. So as far as Ancient Order of Workmen, can I say, like, okay, all of them were free or all of them were enslaved? I don't know. But we do know that the Ancient Order of Workmen, they evolved from a burial society. There was an insurance company. And they started an insurance company. The next one here is the Order of the Lone Star Race Pride. That was formulated in 1870. They operated an art, trade, and literary college for Black folks. Once again, Old school Boule must build infrastructure for their people so that they can all benefit. It wasn't everybody grifts off, one person grifts off the Black community, only they're rich and everybody else is poor, and they're locking everybody else and blacklisting people and jealous of people, and then working with the government to take a deal to sell out real revolutionaries and getting people killed and getting people locked out. It wasn't that what you see now. This new school Boule shit is some bullshit. It is absolutely abhorrent, and that's why everybody getting the frame torn out their ass. They sold out these community, not just the Black community, but America in general, because the white secret societies have sold out America too. Let's be real. As if we ain't just putting it all on Black folk. Okay, because it's if you're under that Masonic charter energy, then they all sell out. And I know I'm gonna get the frame tar on my ass and probably be more blacklisted. Look, not everybody is a sellout that's under them energies, okay? I'm not saying everybody, but we're saying the people at the highest levels that making the decisions, and it's a reality. But that doesn't mean everybody falls under that. And I'm not meaning to offend everybody that falls under that. Because technically, guess what? I fall under that myself. I'm not a Mason, I'm not a part of that, but I'm saying my bloodline was. Saying my family on both sides come from that. So I was born into obviously that bloodline. Obviously. So I'm not here to denigrate anybody that falls under those bloodlines, because I would be talking about myself. In many ways, those bloodlines have blessings as well. But what we're saying is that there was a group within that bloodline that are total sellouts. Yes, I am, both white and Black. And I am saying that. And if that doesn't apply to you, then that doesn't apply to you, whether you are a Mason or not. If it doesn't apply to you, then I'm not talking about you. But the requirement is to build. Why would you know Masonry if you're not going to build? What the fuck is you knowing? Why would you understand operative Masonry, speculative Masonry, if you're not going to use it to build a civilization for the betterment of humanity? That's what it was originally for. That's what Yeshua was trying to teach. That's why they killed him. That's literally the real reason why they killed his ass. And we came down here talking about something. No more, Great Mother said, no more blood sacrifice. And you know what? In 2023, I had got this. I was saying that. I was saying that from the top of my lungs. To be honest, I knew that they were beings that they were looking like humans, but I could tell they were. I don't want to get into all of that. It's too much. But I remember I said the same exact thing. Great Mother said, "No, there's to be no more blood sacrifice." Now we were talking to your overlords, pretty much. Even in 2023, when I said it, I wasn't talking to the average human. We were talking to the ones that's at the top, But that happened 2,000 years ago. And when it happened 2,000 years ago, and the Judite heirs were saying, Great Mother said, no more blood sacrifice. They killed. Okay, you the sacrifice now. Shut your ass up and get up on that cross. Shut your ass up and bite the bullet then. Since you're gonna be the ultimate blood sacrifice, since you want to come down here and pop shit and teach the sacred sciences and try to hide it, and teaching parables and in blasphemy and say you're the son of God and say all these things. Okay, get your motherfucking ass up on there then. Since you want to talk shit, and how about that for your sacrifice as a blood sacrifice? And so it wasn't meant to be offensive at that time, but it was more so like, why are these sciences? Why are you requiring this? And it's like God said, no more, that type of thing. But it's kind of like to the people that have already defected from the 125D order of the Dragon Riders, which is like pretty much the angelic realm for human understanding. It will be like the angelic, being connected to God, pretty much being connected to God, or creator or source, however you want to look at it. Those who decide not to, again, I'm not judging good, bad, right, or wrong. I don't, that at that level, that part doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is the violation of the universal laws. That's this, at this point, that didn't occur yet. It occurs when you when you purposely botch the teachings, which is what, blood sacrifice and harming children essentially does. It's botching the teachings, and that's not masonry at that point. We don't know what that is. It's not masonry. It's satanic. It's not masonry. And so that's what our faction always claimed for the last 2,000 years, and we begin slapped up because of it. Simple as that. That's why our writings are hidden in the caves, and things are, the Nakhti text being hidden, the scene scrolls, and all these scrolls. Now they want to say they're all fake. Now they want to say the Book of Enoch is not real. Like they have to go back and change everything, is because it's like there's so many people that are awakening that realize what's going on. They know that the industry has been a guise for human trafficking. They know that children are being harmed. They know that the government is involved in cover-ups. People know this shit now. And so they don't know what else to do. But it took a lot of energy, and it took a lot of people working in secrecy and tandem, people blowing themselves up, going into, blowing themselves up from the inside out, people being whistleblowers, white and black, agencies working covertly, military help, just for this moment in time, for the truth to get out, for people to be free, for spiritual awakening to take place, for higher frequencies to come in. It's just simple as that. Wanting peace on earth, wanting heaven on earth, making the changes we want to see ourselves. And for those involved in that program, working on ascending themselves, working on the ascension process themselves, within themselves. Even the fallen angels, some of them, not all of them. So you have the Order of the Lone Star Race Pride. They operated the college. They paid insurance benefits upon death. They created a trade school. They created a business school. They established a juvenile department where boys and girls from age 6 to 16 were prepared to enter the mystic temple of light and knowledge. Okay, so these are Black folks doing these things. This is your mystic temple of light and knowledge. So this is the Order of the Lone Star Race Pride. Once you see, this is old school Boule creating business schools, trade schools, juvenile departments, all by themselves, no white folk involved. So now you have the Mystic Temple of Light and Knowledge, that's 1870. They're specialized in furnishing insurance, working compensation, and financial relief for disaster victims. This is where FEMA comes from, financial relief for disaster victims, and a military department and a business department. These are radical members of the Mystic Temple of Light and Knowledge. They worked quietly, they understood certain things, and these are, again, the requirement was make sure you build something safety nets for your community, because at this time we were segregated. Let's be real. Let's just keep it above. This is not about, trying to make people feel good or whatever. There was segregation at this time. So the Black bloodline Boulets and the Black bloodline Masons had no choice. You had to build. You couldn't go and get no white women. And when you get some money from the Jews, I think you made it. There wasn't none of that at this time. It was you niggas, here go your people, they off the plantation now. You niggas that was free, you better figure out how you going, because we cutting y'all all off too. You better figure out how, you got a group of people that already got a bunch of skills. The free Black Americans, y'all know business and infrastructure building, and masonry. You better get it together. You better build your own shit or you're gonna die. And they did it. They knew it, how to do it anyways, because you got free Black folk who were already, many of them were abolitionists, and some of them were slave owners as well, but they already knew business and infrastructure. And then you got actual former slaves that knew skills, how to build houses, how to do agriculture, all this stuff. Boom, you put it together, you could create your own cities like it's nothing. That's why they built so quickly. And then many of them were never slaves, let's be real. But it was still segregation. There were still Black codes. There was still, let's be real, there was still separation. So they had no choice but to build their own cities. So now you see just the context that engendered the formation of the Black cities, the Tulsa, Oklahomas, the Mound Bayous, these Black cities, all 246 of them, right? They didn't just come out of a vacuum of just, here goes some random slaves off the plantation now, go build your own city. No, there were free Black slaves that were helping them. There were free Black slaves that knew masonry, that was able to teach them these things. They were, in many ways, the slaves already knew it too. And they were able to, they knew hydroponic farming. Just like how Mon Value was built in a fucking swamp. Remember the white folks purposely gave them swamplands? It's like they're gonna die because they're not gonna know how to grow any food on that land. Ha ha ha. There you go. And they had to figure out literally a whole new way to farm on swampland. That's where hydroponics come from, if you didn't know. They had to grow the shit on top of, they literally had to build a whole city on top of a swamp. And they did it. But they already knew irrigation. They already knew the science of water, light, food, herbs, all these things, medicinal, shamanism. This was stuff that they knew. Okay. And so when you're segregated and you have no choice but to build your city, that's what the fuck you're going to do. And that is why old school Boule built infrastructure and knew how to build infrastructure. It was just something in their blood. And that is why old school Boule, a lot of them who built cities, not the ones that were the sellouts that made the deals with the Rothschilds and made the deals with, integrating people in a burning house, not them type yet. We're not at this point yet. We're still in the 1870s. Those niggas, and I'm not saying they were all perfect because they probably weren't, but I know just from even communing with them, they believe in infrastructure building for your people. They don't believe in going to no white folks and making no deals and selling your people out and acting like you radical and acting like you're revolutionary, acting like you care when you know good and hell well you a slave in a system and you there to mislead your people and to get your people addicted to obsession with money and to get your people addicted to some bullshit that don't matter and distractions. Ain't nothing but distractions. Even the race-based stuff, even the race paradigm shit today, that's all distraction. When you talk about 1870, niggas was building. You was gonna build. You ain't gonna sit your ass on Twitter Spaces all day talking about some race shit on Elon Musk's fucking app or racist. Who admits that the growth was created to be racist or whatever. No, get your motherfucking ass is gonna go out and build through your sciences with each other under Judahite charter, whatever charters you got, whatever royal charters you got. I can only go for under me 125D Dragon Rider Nakhti charter, or is a Judahite royalty. I can only go under my shit. But your ass was gonna do something. You weren't gonna just sit and take a paycheck from these white folks and talk about race all day. Knowing good and well you just COINTEL Pro and counterintelligence, honeypot shit. Fighting with Africans and all this shit. No, you was gonna actually sit and build. You weren't gonna go and be an RNC slave shield pushing Trump for a paycheck, and you get rid of the infrastructure that the old school Boule built, and then have to sell your people out. That's not old school Boule. That's why the new school Boule is coming under such fire. That's why you got even. Let's keep going because now we're at Mystic of Temple and Light. The next one is 1920, the Black Man's Working Lodge. This is the Black Man's Working Lodge. They epitomized a new type of class solidarity. They responded to the economic needs of salaried workers by offering protection for families, business, and properties, and it functions as a de facto Black Chamber of Commerce, enabling the nascent Black bourgeoisie to maintain professional contacts beyond the scrutiny of white competitors. So once again, segregation. Once again, your motherfucking ass gotta build by yourself. There is no make a deal with Khazar and be owned for the rest of your life. That's not no. If you're 100% free, you 100% building with your people, Benjamin Banneker, Louis Leitner, whatever. And if somebody comes from you, you're ready to die to fight for that, to keep that freedom. You come up with your own. That's why the NAC order, we have our GIE military science department. We have NAC University, our sexual health for family planning. All these things is built as a parallel infrastructure off of this system. I take a lot of hits for that. I have no funding, no backing. I'm not clicked in with the Masonic order. So that means they purposely target me for their COINTELPRO Project Phoenix program. It's unfortunate. I have superior ideas and superior, I'm not trying to, be braggadocious or anything, but they know that because they plagiarize my stuff. But they want to act like they don't know because, Judite air, our sciences, that's something that's going to come through epigenetics. That's something that's ancestral. That's ancestral 125D science. Like that's stuff that's that's in your DNA. That's dormant in your DNA, and it has to awaken. I'm still awakening. But I know I can look at something and tell when something is botched. That's why I don't do organized religion. That's why I don't do the occult sciences either. They both one and the same to me. To be honest, that occult shit that they be teaching, especially the CIA occultists, the government occultists, and that organized religion shit, they both one and the same to me. It's a feedback loop off each other, and it's bullshit to me. That's why I created the Nakhti philosophy. That's why I stay outside of the whole thing, because I know it's bullshit on both sides. Not all of it, not all of it, because a lot of the stuff is true. A lot of the teachings I see where some of it is definitely, something of value. Don't get me wrong, but a lot of that stuff is designed for mind control. Is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's bullshit. It's designed to keep souls in the trap. Still, it's still designed to keep people in a box. Whether you're on the organized religion side of things or the occult side of things. Now, do I like a lot of the things that many spiritual systems teach, including occult and religion? Sure. Like I like a lot of the teachings and stuff. I even, we talk about, like, I break down some of the Bible verses and break down some of the things. I have my own personal beliefs. I have my own personal, very dear beliefs, but um, as far as promoting either side, that's why I don't. That's why I just said, well, I'll just do esoteric studies department and my own ancestral science, my own shit, and just keep it moving, because both sides is to control you. That's why I'm saying don't join no secret society. Don't, no, because they especially the mainstream ones that's under Masonic law. You ain't getting shit. You're gonna be following orders. You're gonna be a slave. Maybe in the beginning you may not know what the hell you get into, but the higher up you get, it's not what you think it is. So you might as well just stay free, because nothing is the same anymore. And then the reasons for these things was for obscurity, to protect sciences and to build under the radar. They ain't doing none of that shit. They doing freaking and sucking freak off parties and weird shit with our sciences, and to control other people, and using casting couches to get people in all this bullshit. Like, no, that's not what them sciences was for. We ain't never doing that shit. We ain't gonna be doing that. And black people, especially from line of Judah, oh yeah, I'm sorry, but you wouldn't claim that you got melanin, right? You've been claiming that melanin is the source and everything. Yeah, sure. Primordial chaos intelligence. Yeah, sure. 6 electrons, 6 protons, 6 neutrons. Yeah, sure. That you ally. Oh, yeah, sure. That you are royalty. Oh, yeah, sure. But your motherfucking ass, it can't use no excuses then. You can't blame. You can't use the system as your excuse, because we got to build it. You ain't gonna have melanin. You ain't gonna know the knowledge of melanin. You ain't gonna know the knowledge of 369. You ain't gonna know these ancient knowledges and be able to sit on your ass. That go for me too. That go for me too. And it's do or die, because they setting up a whole slavery technocratic system where they not playing with us. They not. I'm telling you now, they scared the fucking death of another nigga like me coming around, and more of us. If it's 10 of me, 20 of me, 100 of me, with access to that science, and it can actually get together and work together in a functional manner. So they trying to do biometric surveillance, all type of this, and it transcends race. Because let's be real, a lot of these white folks that you think are white, that are white appearing, still fall under the Masonic orders of the black nobility. A lot of them do. They just don't tell you, and that's why a lot of them don't let a lot of people, a lot of us get our shit off. There's our secret pacts. That's why Farrakhan come up with that book, The Secret Relationship Between What and What. And even even the information was accurate, but they hide. Even the NOI has to hide certain information from you. I read it. I said, okay, they still hiding the last part of it, and I think that's by design. And so I have to respect that, because I already know they want to off my motherfucking ass. Now they are being told from the top down that they can't do nothing. But even when I had my little shindig in 2022, when I was walking up and down the street, in 2022, no lie, with my little lion and Judah crash out, and I was walking up and down the street, I saw those black cars with NOI members watching me. Like, when I walked outside, and they was waving and everything. It was black men it was a clear Nation of Islam paraphernalia, and they were monitoring the whole situation, because that paramilitary they have to protect Judai heirs. I don't know if they still protecting me, maybe, probably not. I don't know. But I know at that time, I remember seeing them. And they were asking, because one of them even stopped and asked me if I needed a ride, if I needed help. That's how I know. And again, I'm extremely observant. So at that time, I was already doing research. I was already crashing out because it was so much information to handle, and it was too much as far as what I was seeing. And I haven't even revealed everything that I saw in that spiritual realm. I haven't, because it was just too much for my brain to handle. And so when I was walking around, yeah, I did see not a bunch of cars, but like several of them as I was walking up and down, and they were just monitoring. And then one asked if I needed some help. So um it's a thing. It is a thing, but like I said, it goes beyond just Nation of Islam. It goes beyond Scottish Rite Masonry, way beyond it, because there's other orders involved, and it even goes beyond race. But what we're trying to tell you is that the old school Boule job was to help build infrastructure. We talk about advisors to the king, advisors to the chief. Who is the king? Who is the chief? Obviously, we're talking about the royal charter of Great Britain. But who does Great Britain answer to? Who gives the royal charter to Great Britain? Oh, okay, so we not gonna go there. That's too deep for y'all. Who gives the royal charter to Great Britain? Who gave the royal charter to Rome? To Greece. Who gave the royal charter to them? Okay, okay. And so they still fall under that. It's top down, and even that's still low level. Even 33rd degree masonry, very low level. So yeah, we telling you, anybody that's trying to join the new school Boule, or that is new school Boule, your motherfucking ass is tasked with building infrastructure for your people, no matter what. Now, even if when we say for your people, even if that means America, that's still the same thing. You don't, why else is you learning the science to fucking suck and do freak off party? No, your motherfucking ass supposed to be building some infrastructure with that science for the betterment of the planet Earth. That's just common sense. And so what else do we got? Um, Old school Boule, obviously this is still the 1800s. In the 1960s, we get the Black Power movement, we get civil rights movement, we got the bloodline still of that old school Boule. We got Martin Luther King, then we got Malcolm X. Malcolm X falls under the Boule of the Islamic order, Fard Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad, Nation of Islam side, more believe in self-determination. And there's a lot of Black Americans who were not Muslim at all that still believe in self-determination, and so they still supported Nation of Islam even if they're not Muslim. Let's be real, in Buffalo, that you see a lot of that. There's a lot of Black Americans that are not Muslim at all, and they was buying bean pies and the final pep call. I mean, I grew up with fucking. I mean, come on, like I ain't gonna hold you. Like my family, yes, they were buying bean pies, and none of us are Muslim. None of us. We were actually going to church every Sunday at Black Rock Baptist Church, singing Hallelujah. Okay, and we was still going to get the final paper call, and still buying bean pies from the Nation of Islam. Like growing up, that's what we always did. Um, and it was because we believe in self determination, not so much because we believe in the religion. It was just more so like we like the idea of self determination and the fruit of Islam, and security, and the Savior's Day with the women's. Like we like that shit. It was dope. Like we're like, okay, cool. You know, um, and so that's where the lens we were coming from. So you got Malcolm X side, then you got Martin Luther King, who was Scottish Irish Boule, real Boule. Uh, they both are real Boule, but we're talking about like real advisor to the kings, like clicked in with Rothschilds. Martin Luther King was clicked in. Everybody knows that. Sociologist, pastor, Scottish Rite energies under the Jesuit, more of the Jesuit energy. Both Boule, both believe in building infrastructures. You got SNCC, SNCC comes out of that. The Civil Rights Energy, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. You got all of these, because I had a list of, I had a whole list of them. I hope I still got that damn list somewhere. Like the Black Star Line, the American Negro Labor of Congress, like all of these groups, the National Council of Negro Women. I want the list, see, with all this, I'm trying to just find, because things have changed so much when I was doing that research so long ago. Okay, I think I did find it again. Okay, let's see. Like, yeah, like let's see, I'm trying to look for some of the Negro ones. Oh, okay, so I found some. The Negro Organization Society. I'm trying to make sure. Okay, yep, that's 1912. Let's see. New York City Federation of Black Cowboys, Nu Gamma Alpha. Yeah, Nu Gamma Alpha. That was also another fraternity, 1962. That's Harvard University. All of these is still that Boule energies. Whether the most of them are going to be falling under the Jesuit side of things, or some of the Scottish Rite side of things. What's unfortunate is that some of these are really bloodline Masons. They didn't need to join any charters. They had royal charters straight from the big dog themselves. They didn't have to go through Great Britain. They didn't know that though. And so the Judite heirs knew that. We're trying to tell them that, but it was like, okay, you're gonna be poured in. They want money. Our people, a lot of them, they wanted the money. And it was more money. And so the 1960s was like, well, here we have a deal for you. You bring your people integrated into our systems, we're going to be at the top, and you're still going to be able to build the infrastructure for them, but it ain't going to be like, you bringing them into our fold pretty much. And those old school Boulets, the Martin Luther King types, they did make that decision to do that. Even the Nation of Islam did it too. Why do you think that they clicked in with the government? They had to make a decision to go under the fold of the government. The thing is, they had already been working together, just segregated, and the government felt threatened by that still though. But they offered the leaders that they proposed, they offered them a bag. They still do that to this day. Why do you think I came so hard at the controlled opposition? Why do you think I was going so crazy like that? Because they did the same thing right now. They did the same thing in literally to black people with the Trump shit and with all this stuff. They did the exact. They went straight to the leaders in the black community, did the exact same thing, and they all took the bait. And the dangers that came with that, you could see the effects from what happened when Martin Luther King and them did it. And they still set up the infrastructure where it was like, okay, niggas could still go get HUD, SNAP, whatever. Because they already knew that there was going to be sacrifices. Let's be real, living sacrifices. And so it was just like, as far as birth swiping of people's potential and dreams and legacies. And by that, that's why you see niggas in the hood and projects and geniuses that never get a shake. That's why that was. We talking about Masonically, but this is, look, we going motherfucking deep. We're talking about what it means Masonically for that shit to happen. And that's what they did. They decided to make that deal with the government once again in the 60s. But this time, it was known that they would benefit largely, and that their people would be getting integrated. That's why Martin Luther King said, "Oh shit, I think I integrated the people in the burning house." Malcolm X was taken out because obviously he wouldn't. But some of the people in the Nation of Islam still took that deal. When he left, though, obviously they took him out. Same with Khalid Muhammad. Khalid Muhammad is or new school. Well, actually, he's still old school, but obviously he's way later. Huey P. Newton, but he is also old school Boule. Fall under a different. They got him with the drugs. That was they got him out the paint with the drugs. Khalid Muhammad is Boule, Rhodes Scholar, Columbia University. Masonic under Islamic charter, royal charter. That's obvious. Like, they even try to use that against him. I remember they tried to discredit him with that by telling the hood of the black community that he was Boule. They sure did. And he didn't deny it either. When they asked him, he was like, "You was a Rhodes Scholar. You was at Oxford. You was at Columbia. What the fuck is you trying to act law hood and stuff? And is it true?" And he was like, "Yeah, I'm a Rhodes Scholar." Like, and it was just like, what the fuck? Because at that time, you got to realize that it was very common for very educated people to still be radical. Francis Cress Wilson, Paul Robeson, Medgar Evers, Zora Neale Hurston. Like, it was very, very, very reasonable for your Boule, your old school Boule, to be extremely educated and affluent, but also still stand on motherfucking business, even if it means fucking death, even if it means being targeted. They did it and they didn't give a shit. Same with Ralph Bunch. Same with Catherine Cleaver. All of them. They didn't give a shit. Bobby Seale, it just is what it was because you standing on the truth. Because a part of being old school Boule was to believe that you got to stand on the truth. You got to build infrastructure. You got to build for yourself and for your legacy and your people. And it got, what else is and no sciences for? It wasn't for you to go join Hollywood or for you to go do magic so you can get money for a movie role and stupid shit like that. Like that's something that honestly we just wouldn't agree with using the sciences that way. They weren't designed for that, and so it's weird to us. It's weird. Even when we talk about like the talented Tim shit, black people didn't come up with that. The old school Boule didn't come up with that. The Jews did. White Jews did. They said what after that infrastructure already set was like, okay, if we can get 10%, if we could get 10% to sell out the rest of them and come up with this talented Tim shit, that's not old school Boule. And then they set them up over the overseer class over the rest of us. They had to make that deal. They went to some of them Boule members and they was the talented Tim, and they said, well, we'll separate them, and this is going to be their version of the Boule. Why you don't think you have an ancient order of workmen no more? Why is there no black trade schools and literary schools and workmen's compensation and banks? Right, we just went through it. That was in the 1870s. But now that the government sets up talented Tim with their version of their Boule, they pretty much it's above so below. They mirror. If you got something going, they try to reverse engineer it for their benefit. That's what they did with the Boule. It's technically not even a bad thing, but they know how to reverse engineer some shit on your ass. So that talented Tim shit, what they managed to do was take old school bloodline Boules and get them to make deals and cut in with the government. That's it, to sell the rest of us out. That's all they've been doing. And not every Boule take that deal. Not every Boule, like you'll meet some radical Boules, like a Khalid Muhammad, like a Joel Pooker, like a Francis Cress Wilson, like a Neely Fuller. You can come at them people all you want and say you don't agree with maybe they stuff is outdated. Maybe it has to be, maybe they didn't know everything at the time. Maybe they were under MKH or whatever you think there is. They believed in building an infrastructure though. They weren't just talking shit on no Twitter spaces. They weren't just talking. They believed in building something. Just because they're affluent, you got a problem with them, and that's why New School Boule decided to separate from just niggas because they just get so much. They were getting bashed so much and hated on so much. It was just like fuck it. Like they purposely just decided not to build anything. They just solely look out for each other and they own because they realize there's no point. The niggas is all they gonna do is sabotage you and fuck you over anyways. And that's what a lot of them believe. Not all of them, but the old school Boule in the 1960s, they had got propositioned a deal, and some of them took that deal to set up the integration structure. They got off with a hefty bag better than the rest of us. And again, it wasn't, we're not just putting this on just Martin Luther King. Like it was a bunch of civil rights leaders that let's be real, known and unknown. That took that deal. And set up the democratic structure, like the safety nets that was embedded within the government that was created by the Civil Rights Bill, the Indian Bill of Rights in 1968, that was by Black nobility. Old school Boule still, you can call them, some of them sellouts, whatever, however you want to look at it. They were still under that charter. Those of us, like I said, the Malcolm X type energies that fall under the more of the Islamic Boule, they got taken out if he wasn't playing ball. When he wanted to do the African Negro, his own little thing, United African, whatever it was, and not one of, what's it called? What was it called? I'm just on the tip of my tongue. But the group that Malcolm X had started. Once they realized, okay, you're not gonna play ball, you're kicking up too much shit, your ass is getting out of here. Same with Ralph Bunch and a lot of the students at University of the UCLA. A lot of the Black students that were radical at UCLA, they got dismantled or put down. And so it was always a thing. It was always a good thing to be educated. It was always a good thing to be an intellectual. It was always a good thing to be an inventor, to build in our community. That was always a tenet of the old school Boule. Even the Sigma Phi, even the Boule that started in the 1980s believed in that in education. The issue is like going away from that self-determination that has always been found within Black America since even the 1700s, literally. And so that's where the Boule comes under fire in the spiritual realm, because the old school Boule has lost its way. Old school Boule is supposed to be building safety nets, infrastructure, civilization, and empire for your community and for whatever land you reside in, because you are a teacher and a leader and an influencer and gifted. Most likely, you have more gifts than the people around you. And so you use those ancient sciences and those epigenetics to better the planet and yourself, not to get rich at the expense of the community. And so that's what's happening with new school Boule. And I'll tell you this, and I'll tell you another thing. Old school Boule went wrong because they got all caught up with the glitz and glamour, the Hollywood stuff. They were not supposed to be trying to seek out like the celebrity type stuff, and many of them did. So some of the old school Boule got caught up in that, as far as the fame and fortune trap illusion. Some also mixed their bloodline in with non-bloodliners, but they were just famous, and that also diminished the sanctity of that bloodline. And I was told this by a Boule member. I was told this by, like, we talking about old school Boule. She's a woman, but we talking about like rural royalty as well. Like can trace her stuff back, and she's indigenous and more, and she's a priestess. And now she she told me that the celebrities are not Boule. Most of them. I mean, they might be a part of that Boule organization from the 1980s, but they're not old school Boule. And she said none of them would be considered even qualified candidates to even be a part of their group, because she pretty much told me, she had already told me that before that stuff came out, that the industry was nothing but high level trafficking, high level escort stuff. So that was one of the reasons why. But she also said it's a pedigree thing and a bloodline thing. But she said the only person, she did mention that Beyonce would have been the only one pedigree wise that would be allowed in their group. That's a celebrity. That's only they had already know her genealogy. That's what it was like for me, that they had already knew her genealogy, and it was something from her father and mother's side that technically relates to that particular group. The old school, this Boule group that I'm talking about. And they said that would be the only one. And I said, that's it. And they was like, yeah, for celebrity wise. They was like, for celebrities. They was like, celebrities are not considered like Boule. And they said it's a lot of mix up. And they also said a lot of the Boules went wrong by wanting to mingle and getting starstruck themselves, marrying celebrities, having kids with celebrities, and diminishing their pedigree. And what comes with that. And because you are supposed to marry with, like, you're pretty much each other. It's a highly, highly sophisticated science. You do not become more stupid. You become more intelligent if you do the science correctly. Judite bloodlines, either you're a priestess staying single, or a priest staying single, or you're marrying pretty much someone you're related to. Your cousin. Obviously, they're going to be at least three times removed. So it's a distant cousin, seventh, eighth cousin. But it is a fact. You are going to share the same last names, literally for like the last 1,000 years, probably. And your cousins, pretty much. It's a known thing. But it's so far distant and removed that it's not enough. It's not going to mess up the genetics. It can mess up temperament, as far as some of the stuff is the emotional, the personality stuff. But intellect wise, that is always going to be there. spiritual gift wise, those gifts will be there. The intelligence will be there, and the spiritual gifts will be there. So that's why it is done, is to keep it really potent. Either that, or you will not have children. Like you would, if you're thinking about, you can even, and again, there are white people that technically fit under that category, even though they appear white, they can still find them on your family tree. Like for instance, I'll just go off of just for me personally. My six grandmothers on both my mom and my dad's side biologically are both white. Both of my grandmothers, they were married to black men. So, and within even my own bloodline, even to this day, I saw one of my cousins did a part of the family tree. I saw white cousins that they found that work for NASA to this that work to this day. They're clicked in with the system, but they are white appearing, like they look white, like in today's terms. But they are technically cousins. So if we were talking about this science, they would still technically, I would still be able to get married to them. It just has to be in the family. They have to be found on. And it's easy to. It's nothing that's so cumbersome. It's nothing that has to be like so well thought. It's just like through your clan. That's like that. It's something that's like, let's be real. Like, I can only speak on what I know. Even with my adopted family, it's still related to my biological family. It's just so deep. It's like 200 years ago. It's just so long ago. But they didn't know that because they didn't do any genealogy. They didn't know. Nobody knew. But the people who put it together knew. The people who put all that stuff together, they already know. Just like my biological parents are related to each other. Their grandparents were related to one another. They just didn't know. Or maybe they did, and I just didn't know. Shit, they probably know. I just didn't know. I just didn't know. But that's how it goes. And so, they got in trouble. A lot of the old school Boule got in trouble for mingling with the Hollywood scene because they got caught up in the starstruck stuff. They got caught up in not following what they were supposed to be doing with that science. So they married outsiders. Some of them even got with people that's not even totally of their bloodline at all. They diminished their gifts and they diminished their bloodline. They diminished the gifts and they diminished the intellect, the spiritual gifts and the intellect by doing that. And so it is what it is. You can get upset about it. But again, I'm not talking to everybody. I'm talking about old school Boules. They got in with the new school Boules. A lot of them regret that. Or what people consider Boule today, like celebrities. And what I'm saying is that what was told to me behind the scenes is that those are not Boule at all. They might be a different group. They're probably still in the secret society. They're probably still, under Masonic charters, but they're not what would be technically considered Boule. Now, the interesting thing is that what I was told is that D9s usually can still fall under, it's usually both. So even when you think about like the Jack and Jill stuff, if what I'm saying is not true, just look at what Jack and Jill does. Even the kids are born together. Or the kids are raised together and they go into those groups and they usually are marrying out of that group. Now that's a formal group that does that. And what I'm saying is that there's a spiritual bloodline that also practices that same science, is what I'm saying. But they're doing it for different reasons. So even when you study like Jack and Jill, how they had their children mingling, and marrying one another. That's a practice. They still all are related. They are related. That's the secret. They are related too, literally cousins. And again, you're following at least biblical law, because a lot of them are going to follow under that Jesuit charter or the Quran. You're still going to have. It's not going to be your brother and your sister or your father and your mother, which honestly they was doing some of them do degenerate shit like that. But no, this is a highly sophisticated science. And so obviously in some instances diary is involved, some times it's not. But the main important thing is keeping the intellect and the gifts potent. And if you can't do that, then don't have children, stay single. Or find someone in your bloodline. And that's easy to do because again, um it transcends that genealogy is going to transcend race at that point. Your genealogy tree, are you kidding me, is going to transcend. I mean, some of you, I mean, you're going to, how many of us is ethnics? How many of you have so many different ethnicities and ancestors that have different ethnicities that are on the tree? It's just a matter of, can you find, are y'all part of the same clan or not? And so if you can, then you should be good. But that's another thing that was important to the old school Boule. And so a lot of them did get caught up with the celebrity stuff and messed them up. Or they got caught up with the integration stuff and that messed them up, wanting to be seen and wanting to mingle in with the white power structure and take money from them and go under their charters, join their orders. And that also messed them up because the requirement was to sell out their people. And so fast forward today, you used to have that same spirit. They went to the black folks today in 2022, 2023, 2024, and offered bags to black Americans who they felt were part of, certain bloodlines. A lot of them Judite heirs, especially free souls. They wanted them to be totally free, but they wanted them of a certain bloodline. And they offered that money to sell out the rest of the black community and bring them over to more so of the Republican side. Here's the thing. They went and got people that have no ties to old school Boule. And if they did, and they purposely sold out, then they fall under a curse because of what took place in 2019 and what took place in 2022 as it relates to the transfer of that charter. So it was no point in even doing no stupid shit like that. And so that's why you see a lot of this shit going on today. With the RIFs, and you see a lot of COINTEL, and you see how if you think about it, it's very uncanny that there is no black revolutionaries. Like you got a couple that's being told, they're being told, the public is being told that they're crazy. Like they people tell people, they want everybody to believe that I'm crazy, or they're dead. And that's literally it these days. And they don't want to martyr people, so they've been trying to come up with formulations where they do Project Phoenix. They'll try to do MK Ultra on you. They try to do MK Ultra on me. It don't work though, because I have my own mind, my own free will, my own soul. But they'll try to get your ass. They'll offer you money. They'll offer you whatever. They try to force you to take the oath. And see, with certain beings, they have such a hatred for them. They don't want to give them a shake at all. Certain bloodlines in this country, and so it's a lot. It's a lot to handle. But they went to the Black Americans in 2022 or whatever, they want to make that deal, and they become technically what would be considered the new school Boule. They wanted to form a new Boule group though, because they wanted to get rid of the old Boule group, because the old Boule group, for one, a lot of them are dead, and they neutralized them for the most part. But even the ones that got clicked in, say even with the Democratic Party, believe it or not, that's still looked at as too radical for our system these days. I'm talking about the system they're trying to set up now. I am not saying it's too radical. I'm saying they are saying it's too radical. And what's happening, and I know this for a fact, because I sat in one of these, Democratic think tanks. I'm not a part of any political party. I was just trying to see, like, learn more about the Democratic Party, because I've never been a Democrat. So I was trying to learn to see, but they had said straight up that it was black people, and they were very powerful black people. And they straight up said, they told us we can't use the word black or we won't get any funding. We can't use black anymore. And it's to go for Republicans and Democrats, by the way. You won't get any funding from corporations or the white power structure if you use the word black. And you talking about not black and brown no more, just black. Like you can't use black and brown anymore. That's just coming from the top down. And when I heard that, you know, this was I sat in that meeting and I said, you know what, I'm not gonna do any political party. That's why I can't fuck with it. Because I'm like, that's just not me. Like you can't say the word black, but it's for the Republicans too. Don't think that because y'all love to sit up there and act like these political parties give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you at all. And you need to wake up and realize that shit and build your own shit. Stop being a pussy. This is what we talking about. Old school Boule, build shit. The fuck is you sitting up there worried about some government for it and all this shit? Like, yeah, the government got to serve the people, and I believe in good governance. I believe in leadership. I believe in even running for government positions. But under this system, no, under a totally new system to knock the order. Yeah, but yeah, like they sit up there and try to usher black people on a Republican train and a Democrat train when none of them ain't doing shit for us. And these same sellouts, they sellouts, and I'm not saying all of them are, but what I'm saying is like they don't have any intentions on building any infrastructure for Black Americans. They just want us to give our energy to the system and to be like they trick people into like, oh, you be popular, or you know they want people to be in the deal system, the contract system, and that's not something that old school Boule ever gave a fuck about. And so it's abhorrent to us. That's why the spirits are not backing. That's why the spirits won't back the new school Boule, because they know that they are just actors. Like they know that they sell out their own people for money. And even that's not Boule at all. New school Boule, that's called the Black excellence crowd. They don't require intellect. They don't require pedigree. You could wear your mask. You're driven to everything is surface level on the outside, and you still pretty much going along to get along, and you secretly sell out your community. That's why a lot of the celebrities, they push the Black excellence stuff. There's a difference. It's the entertainers where it's like they'll push wearing acting like they are pro-Black, but they really not. They really grifting your community. That's not old school Boule. You know, you have the Aaron Salters. It was a genius, a hero. That's the old school Boule. You have your Sheila Washington. That's your old school Boule. Your Khalid Muhammad, your Paul Robeson, your Medgar Eggers. That's your old school Boule. They still built something for their community. They want to make sure that what they're doing today in 2025, they want you very uneducated. They don't want you being able to outthink them. And they'll offer you positions, and they'll offer you to be acting like, especially if you act like you pro-Black and you care about, the race-based stuff, they'll put you on, but they really want you really uneducated. Like they want to, like you will not, they want to make sure that you can't outsmart them. And see, they was worried that the old school Boule was going to outsmart them. That's why they got rid of all them Black people in the military, all them Black people in the federal government. They dismantled Black people. Like that's why you see them came so hard. That's why the Trump administration went so hard, because they knew they're like, this old school Boule niggas, even though many of them are sellouts too, and in today's age, they still pose too much of a threat. And it's only because it's the ancestry. It's like fighting against magic, pretty much. And for those who know that esoteric politics, and everybody, for those who know at the highest level that politics is the occult. So obviously you're going to move the Black people, if you're a warlock, who are working against you. That's just fucking common sense. That's just common sense. It don't work though, but I'm just saying that's what you would do if you know the game, the real game. But what they want to do now is they setting it up where they have the new school Boule who undermines the real geniuses in the Black community, who undermines the real revolutionaries in the Black community, which is why most of your geniuses check out. They'll leave the country. They like even they've been doing that. They do no harm, but they won't fight for you because it's not worth it. And then people get jealous of them and line them up anyways. So that's another thing. But they want to set up where they try to establish a new Boule, but they're anti-intellectualism. This is why they came to certain, people, even in the reparations space, and they prop them up. Is to trick a segment of Black Americans into burying themselves because they don't understand military science, because they're not bloodline Masons, because they don't understand ancient mystery sciences. And so they're easy pickings. And even if they do understand it, they're willing to sell out. And even if they do understand it, they are not gifted. And so they shame Black people who do not want to sell out. They shame Black people who are smart. They shun them. They shun educated Black people because they don't want us to catch on to what they're doing. And because we know that we're the only ones that can see through them. That's like they targeted me for death. They targeted me hard and blacklisting because I called out how they clear as day. Like you could tell the CIA infiltrated the Black community. That's just common sense. And they only pushing people that got ties to the music industry who's already under contract with them. They shame people for who actually want to stick up for their community and build something. I fight for my bloodline. And I don't believe in being a coward because a coward dies 1,000 deaths. And they try to shame people who stand on principle when we know that they are the walking dead. They a peon, they a slave, they answer to another man. They shame us. We don't shame them for being a slave, so why they want to shame us for wanting to stand on business and wanting to stay free, wanting to build something for our community? Why do we got to get shamed? And I'm gonna tell you this. I don't care what nobody say. I heard one of those people that y'all prop up in that little reparation space. I heard they little RNC slave shield now. They said, and they thought I was a part of their stuff. Because I'm a military scientist. I have this stuff in my bloodline. I'm a real free Jedi heir, though. I'm not a part of they stuff, you know. They thought I was, though. And I heard them say in the meeting, we took an oath to never help the Negro. This is one of these niggas y'all think is so pro-Black. Just go up there and talk all this pro-Black shit. And I heard them say out their motherfucking mouth, we took an oath to never help the Negro. And I said, I ain't take that. Oh, hold up. And we never, you know, obviously we don't hang out. We don't, you know, they got me on this shit list. I know, I'm pretty sure you know, they definitely is behind fucking with me behind the scenes, you know. But when they said that, I said, no, I don't know about all that. Like, that's when it hit me that this is some old shit that's above my pay grade. This ain't what I'm thinking this is. This is some old other shit. And that's when that shit hit me. And I said, okay, you know, yeah, but they said that, you know. Um, this is why what you see in today's age is very dangerous. All these grifters, it's like all these fraternal orders that's in today in 2025, they don't do shit for the Black community. They working with that system. They go after the Black revolutionaries. If you teaching esoteric sciences and you're not under their stuff, they go after you. They'll bury you algorithmically. They'll put you on the list. They'll tell everybody in the Black community that you're crazy and not to support you. They do some real foul ass shit to cover up their crimes, because really what they're doing is engaging in human trafficking and harming their own people and selling out their own people for money. That's pretty much all it is. But old school Boule, you build infrastructure. You don't use AI because you have your gift. You're real gifted, not your talented 10th. I'm not talking about that. But real gifted ass niggas. Yeah, I use the AI to help with my grammar structure sometimes, but I regret that because I'm like, I'm putting my own original ideas into that thing. And they may be correcting the grammar sentence structure or whatever, but now they still learning data from me. Because I'm like, those are my original motherfucking ideas. Every book I've ever written, I've written books without motherfucking AI, just handwritten them shits, hundreds of pages. I know how to do that shit. Like, and it's like a lot of people don't know how to do that shit. I actually know how to sing. I don't need an AI voice, you know, like I actually know how to sing. Like, it's weird. Like, it's weird seeing what's going on because I'm like, old school Boulets were supposed to build infrastructure, not like this bullshit like that we see today. It's this shit is so it's a disgrace. And what was happening is that the new school Boule, they were the essence and the likeness of real revolutionaries. And they act pro-Black, but they work with the system to sell out their own people, and then they keep them from ascending and building their own power structure. They actually supposed to keep Black people from building their own power structure. That's why they give you busy work. Busy work is acting like you fighting for reparations. Busy work is going to a rally. Busy work, acting like you're in a group and doing something powerful, but you're not. Stealing ideas and plagiarizing people's frameworks and acting like you're going to send something to Congress on this bullshit. That's busy work. Go on Twitter Spaces. All that's busy work. That ain't shit, and they know it. And a lot of that stuff, them the AI bots, them likes the AI bots, it's ridiculous. They want to keep the illusion of building, but they're not actually building anything. And they won't help people who actually do know how to build. They'll lock you out. You know, it took so much power to build the infrastructure. The old school Boule, it took a lot of energy, spiritual energy. And so it just was not okay to tear it down without having anything in place. But their plan was to steal my blueprints and merge them with AI. But God does not allow morning star seraphim's work to be used by wicked sellouts. Not at all. The royal charter through the Council of 99 is still about being connected to that order of dragon riders. That is the 125D paradigm. That is, they are connected to God. There's where their charter comes from. But they also get a charter from the beings on your planet too, that run your planet too. We still have to go through the gates here, the gatekeepers here too. So we got both charters. And there's several ways to get the royal charter to build things on planet Earth. Like I said, you're going to go through their charters or you're going to go, but we went through both. That's why ain't shit happening. As far as like who people, people I know that people were trying to plot my assassination several times and even attempted. But yeah, there's several charters. But I'm gonna tell you this: the old school Boule spirits and the ants and all that knowledge that comes with it, which is Kamisha knowledge, Kabbalah, Judaism, Ifa, Palo Mayombe, um, Zoroastrianism, Islam, Shakti school of thought, Agori Tantra, uh, Chaldean Magi science, Hoodoo, Voodoo, all of this, pretty much all of the world's IPUs, all of the world's IPUs, all of them, because that is the being of the from the Naga Time bloodlines that created all of them. Different bloodlines, same knowledge, same understanding. Epigenetically, you will understand them yourself. They are not going under the new school Boule. So if say you're an actor or you like, you know, that they come to you and you know that you're just a COINTEL agent, you just know you're just a Mason that sacrificed Black women and stuff like that. Like they are not backing that energy. They will not back anybody that's a sellout because those primordials operate at a certain frequency. And a leader of the community should not just be able to steal and plagiarize. They won't back that energy. They want real motherfuckers that can build comet. They want real motherfuckers that can do levitation, magnetic levitation. The fuck? You can't do that if you're an imposter bitch. You can't do that if you're an imposter sellout. So why would they back a group of people that want to form a whole new Boule group, but you ain't got no real power? Your power come from white folk, the CIA, the Masons, the Jews. Like that's not real power. So I'm not saying they don't have power. I'm just saying like don't expect no spiritual backing from it. Don't expect no spiritual backing from it. They won't back that energy. And by that, it don't mean because they're just a Mason or because they're a Jew or because that's not the point. We're talking about um those like the Zionists that believe in genocide, like those type, not just because of your religion or your ethnicity. So don't be childish like that. Because not everybody falls under that. And the Lion of Judah technically they fall under um being Jew, they're just not Zionists. So they don't believe in harming humans and they don't believe in using organized religion to do it or beliefs to do it. You know, that's just not a part of the science. But we understand singularity in all these IPUs. Okay? But don't be shocked that the spirits on the IPUs back one person or multiple people back in a human because that's also common. And it's because it's they're staying free and then willing to do their bidding. Most humans just put their mind in a box about IPUs. But for us, it's just information to us to be used or discarded at will to build our own IPUs. And so these ancient spirits, they're not going to back sellouts. They work in a network to appear powerful, like they have power, but it's just a group protecting each other. Like those people that be selling out, it's just a group protecting each other crimes. And even their CIA occultists have to work in groups and still energy. It's not like they have like no real power. And so that's just something that you have to understand. Now, I know that it may be offensive, and I'm not talking, like I said, I'm not talking about everybody under no circumstance. I'm not talking about, you know, this is not meant to be offensive to just all people by no means. And I got to work on my delivery and my behavior. So, if you do fall under like Masonic bloodline and you know you're not doing you're not sellout or anything like that, I'm totally not talking to you. I'm also not talking to anybody's ethnicity that also had nothing to do with this, including Black Americans. That if you know you had nothing to do with what I'm talking about, like you just trying to live your life. You don't know, you're learning information, learning genealogy. Even if you fall under those royal charters yourself, don't think that I'm trying to diminish you. You should actually be proud, especially if you know you made that commitment to help build for yourself and build for infrastructure with that knowledge that helps ascend the planet. If you know that you're using that science to help humanity and help yourself and to grow and to evolve and ascend, good and hell well, I'm not talking about you. And I go for anybody that understands that. It also goes for Black Hebrews as well, Black Jews as well. So don't think, that I'm shaming anybody because of their religion or race. Not at all. We just wanted to get that shit clear about these boules though, because the old school boule, Louis Latimer, Khalid Muhammad, Francis Cress Wilson, um, uh, Far Muhammad, who else? Benjamin Banneker, you know, you have to build that infrastructure. It's not just about lamenting about sloganisms all day and race and extremism all day. It is that you have to move beyond that. You have to move beyond that. Louis Latimer was an inventor. Frederick McKinley was an inventor. Like Frederick McKinley invented a refrigerator and an air conditioner. You know, um, yeah, you have to build. Like what the fuck, like, and it's not about just relying on other systems. It's not about relying on like always taking a bag. Like everything is not about money. And the old school Boule understood that too when they had to build that city on Mount Bayou. People laughing at them. Yeah, when they were getting undermined, they still fought. And at this point, it is a liberty or death thing. And that actually go for all Americans at this time. And no matter what race and religion you think you are, buddy. Yeah, this slavery technocrat shit, where they have AI in the Department of Defense with a contract they just passed that we're supposed to do. Like, come on, like we gotta call this shit out. Like, they seen you getting distracted with the Epstein file shit, and they just gave Elon, I think, 200 million in a. Don't quote me on that number. An AI Department of Defense for what? For his ex after admitting that Grok has some racist tendencies. That's what you need to be worried about. And they want to put that in a damn self-driving car. They got biometric surveillance. You can't study AI. State can't interfere with AI biometrics for 10 years. What the fuck can they do in 10 years with this AI shit? As it relates to military and surveillance. With them trying to revamp the target individual program because this shit don't work no more because everybody figured it all out. With them trying to go enslave humanity even further. Where is the old school Black Boule? You just gonna let it happen? You want to sit and be a RNC slave shield and get paid to push Trump and shit, and everybody know what's happening. He removed the DOJ, Civil Rights Department. He moved EEOC, removed deleted the police misconduct database. Now saying Epstein files don't exist, make it hard, remove statute of limitations, make it hard for target individuals to sue the government. Like, what the fuck is y'all doing? Removed civil rights department, removing Black people from their federal contracts in business where they owned their own businesses or worked for the government. 500,000 people total. Remove Black people out of military positions. So what the fuck is you doing? Like going around telling Black people, trying to make it seem like we crazy for calling the Republicans out on this bullshit that they did. All that shit undermine us. Even that BBL bill, all that shit undermine us. That whole 1,000 pages. We don't get nothing out of that. It's going to make it harder for things, in fact, whether that be school, Medicaid, SNAP, food, whatever, housing, all of that shit, taxes. Actually, Black people are going to have to pay more in taxes. We don't get them taxes. We're not going to benefit from them tax cuts that you're seeing here. So it was all a lie. That's why I was trying to switch it at the last minute. And what these niggas don't want to admit is that they low-key, they fumbled a 100K bag. The old school Boule, they came in, they knew we was calling a bluff. We wanted them tangibles. We wanted to call a bluff at the last minute. My thing is, when you're steering a ship, I felt like the ship should be steered to the right as far as possible and to push them to give us what we wanted or what we needed for the time being, which was enough to rebuild infrastructure and then pivot and boomerang to the left if need be in order to secure what we were looking for, which was tangibles. They gave that tangibles. How do we know that? They came up with the plan for the black man. Now, why don't you think the pro-black slave RNC shills, why don't you think they never ever want to talk about the plan for the black man? Now, are the Democrats full of shit a lot of times, and are they gotta get they ass smacked up? Sure. But let's not act like at the last minute they did not come with them tangibles. They did. The plan for the black man was scoffed at by black men, RNC slave shills themselves, because they had already took contracts and money to promote Trump. That's what this is about. And that shocked me because I don't know about any of all that stuff. So I was really thinking about drain swamp, go after child trafficking. So when the Democrats come up with them saying that they were going to close the border, they did say that. Like, you can look this up. Like, that's why it's so much misinformation in the black community, because they don't want nobody to notice. It's a big cover up of this shit. It's a huge cover up now. They don't want nobody talking about that plan for the black man, because for the first time in 200 and something years, the black man had finally had their plan, and it was the Democrats that did it. And they scoffed at it and hurried up and tried to bury it because they had already took a deal to sell out the community. That's why. That plan had cryptocurrency education, cryptocurrency regulation that protected black men who invested in cryptocurrency. What did you see happening with the cryptocurrency today? Isn't it called Crypto Week? Did black men have those protections? No. They also had expanded loan for it was a 20,000 forgivable loan for black men for business. Forgivable loan for black men for business, just for black men. That was offered. They threw that away. It was 25K housing costs, closing costs for housing. They threw that away. $6,000 credit for black men with new babies. They threw that away. Healthcare equity for black men and criminal justice reform, addressing the criminal justice system. Like, they are not talking about this. And then obviously the forgivable business loans for black entrepreneurs. And also that program was supposed to be creating more apprenticeships. This was everything I asked for, by the way. I wanted more apprenticeships. I wanted forgivable loans, business loans for black men. Like, I was literally behind the scenes, like praying for this stuff, crafting this stuff out. Because let's be real, at the highest levels of politics, it's the occult. What the fuck do you think all those? Look at those tarot readings, and you see week to week, on a weekly basis, all this stuff. It was all political for a reason, and I was crafting stuff out on a high level as it relates to childcare, housing. It's all available for review. Like, it's all well documented. It's nothing that anybody like. It's a different way of formulating stuff. But this is the old school Boule type shit. But notice they never want to talk about that, about the apprenticeships that was happening, that about exploring opportunities for black men in cannabis. All this stuff got covered up. But at that last minute, that was the accuse that those tangibles was 100K per black man. And you add it up yourself. Add it up. They don't want to talk about this. As I said, I'm a rub it in their face for these whole 4 years too about that they fumbled at 100K bag. Because there was a lot behind the scenes that went into putting that shit together. You ain't never have a plan. Just, it says it was literally called Plan for the Black Man. You know, I could pull out a book from 2015, a fucking book from 2015 that's handwritten by me. If I'm lying, I'm flying. I got this motherfucking book somewhere around in one of these suitcases. Guess what it says? Guess what it says in the book? Guess what the title of it says? Plan for the Black Man. Same shit from 2015. It took a long fucking time. And we didn't care whose side did it, whether it was Republicans or Democrats. We just wanted the tangibles. Why? Because we needed to restructure. This is where the enterprise architecture comes in. We restructure with those resources, and we build the actual infrastructure. Now we're talking about free Judite heirs because we're already locked out this system. Okay, targeted individuals, Black targeted individuals. That was for us because we can't rely. We ain't millionaires. We ain't billionaires. We ain't got Elon money. Y'all acting like y'all because y'all really thought y'all had Trump money. We don't got that type of money. So so again, there are a lot of Black affluent motherfuckers that work hard for what they got and they deserve it. Okay. And we're not hating on them, you know. We talking about us that got locked out. We can't afford to just we ain't got damn near a pot to piss and two pennies to rub together. We can't afford to scoff our nose up at that type of for one it wasn't like you gonna have to sell your soul or anything. So like when we realized what was taking place, that's why I freaked out like that and was like, let's switch it at the last minute, let's switch it. And I tried, and I honestly thought that it will work, and we had got the tangibles that we were looking for, and we just needed 4 more years to figure out that infrastructure building part, which could have been done. It would have been so much easier, obviously 1,000 times more easier for Black folk, because they wouldn't have been like, let's be real, like the handlers weren't like, why are you stupid? Like you really think, like even with Trump, like why do you think he keep going back and forth all over the place? Like and you know, they don't actually run stuff. They don't have any power. The CIA is lying. I can't believe I was watching an interview with some CIA agents the other day, and they sitting up there talking about something, the president got all the power. No, the fuck they don't. Y'all know it. Y'all sitting there still trying to lie about the matrix to these people. Like they handlers be picking up, making shit of the corporations, the oligarchy, the bloodlines. Like, get out of here. The Masonic orders. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, stop playing games with people. But what I'm saying is, like, they fumbled at 100K bag. I don't care what nobody say, and it upsets me because we get set back 150 years because they all trying to attack me as far as the highest levels of the government and the COINTEL regime and the people that set it up. The RNC slave shows upset at me because you know, whatever. But it's like, this was stupid. This whole thing, like, that's 125D ancestral science. You can't tap into that because the Republican Party pays a couple of sellout influencers that are hood and uneducated. You can't tap into that science. It almost would have worked had people stuck with it. We steering the ship. We're steering the ship. Now, had the Republicans come with some tangibles, that same thing that the Democrats came up with, oh, you wouldn't hear my motherfucking mouth. Oh, you wouldn't hear not my mouth. I wouldn't probably promote them because I don't trust neither of these parties. But I wouldn't be complaining either, is what I'm saying. Wouldn't be complaining. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican fucking shield. My loyalty is not to no motherfucking political party. Okay. I printed out a fucking copy of the Constitution. Okay, actually, I bought a copy of it. I didn't print it. I bought a copy of it, hard copy, Constitution, Bill of Rights, amendments, all of that, because I don't even trust that these motherfucking AI peoples, they could go around and try to literally change the motherfucking Constitution for all I know. I don't trust none of them. I don't. So print out that Constitution, because that's the only thing you should be focused on, getting that Bill of Rights. Your black ass better print out that Bill of Rights. These people not playing with us. I don't care how much they smile in your face. You've been through this shit. You've been through all these hundreds of years, and all of a sudden they're your friend. All of a sudden they invite you to take a deal to pay your stupid black ass, and you sit up there and thinking, oh, you'll get a good 4 years. You'll get a good 4-year run, and none of you really ain't gonna make it the way you want to make it because you're not gifted and talented anyways, like the old school Boule was. At least the old school Boule actually had fucking talent. Like Benjamin Banneker actually had really talent, so they had to come to him with a whole nother ballpark. That's why you ain't got another Michael Jackson. You ain't getting another Michael Jackson. You ain't getting another James Brown. You ain't getting another Beyonce. They want to go where they can lowball your ass now. That's why they don't get in real educated people anymore. That's why they put in propping up black leaders in the hood, black leaders that ain't about shit, but just grifting and stealing and selling items. They ain't gonna teach you. They don't know how to build shit. They jealous hearted. They dare to knock down real morning stars. They can't compete with them, and they slaves to the fucking government. Now I don't give a fuck about them niggas, and yes, I'm pissed off about what they did to this community because I see what they did spiritually to this community out of their own jealousy, ego, and greed, and want for money and popularity. So they fumbled 100K back because they wanted to follow a nigga for popularity. But really, what it was a ship that we steering. It was a ship that the Queen Mothership is steering. It's like somebody's consciousness is steering something one way, hoping for an outcome. The probabilities distribution science. Okay. Democrats at the end, they fold. They give us the concessions that I was looking for, which is a lot of those tangibles. And we figure these are the tangibles we need to get Black men's infrastructure going. Pivot left. Okay, ship got to go back left. I'm not taking no contract deal with the right, so I can't swim back left because of my deal with the right. No, I didn't take a deal with none of these motherfuckers. We looking for the best outcome and best options for our community, for our people. It didn't matter up until that point until they offered the plan for the Black man and the opportunity economy plan that got unveiled during the debate. So, yeah, it's all politics. Yeah, it's all stage theater. It don't matter, blah, blah, blah. It shouldn't affect your personal life. Okay, but targeted individuals' lives do get affected by the fucking government because the government is targeting us. So what the fuck? So yeah, we got to monitor what the fuck they doing. Okay, it's as simple as that. Okay, not everybody, has the same story. We're trying to get there. Okay, but we say it's so wickedness in our government. We call it out, and both parties are engaged in it. Republican and Democrat. We don't give a fuck about no political party. You need to wake up. Stop selling your soul to this system. Now it's time for us to wake up and build your infrastructure. You're gonna be old school Boule, if you a bloodline Mason, good and well, you don't need a system. What the fuck is you doing? Why are you so pussy and scared to get together and start to build something on your own? So now what we gonna do? Now that we covered all these things, you can look these stuff up yourself. Mystic Temple of Light and Knowledge, Order of the Lone Star Race, the Black Man's Working Lodge, Ancient Order of Workmen, all those things. You look them up. You start to study those convergences. You don't gotta believe no religious belief and all this stuff. We just talking about the infrastructure building, the principle behind it. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into the divine feminine. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna stop sharing this, and we're gonna go here. We're gonna go and share our another page where we're gonna talk about the ode to the divine feminine. So let's see here. And we're just playing some clips, like this is just more so high level, let's see, high level engineering pretty much. In terms of for those who watch it, whether it's Black men's, Black women's, Americans, whatever, or wherever you're at in the world, we infusing the atmosphere, cyber streets, and reality with the energy of the divine feminine from all walks of life, from how it looks. And so that's what we'll be doing. Okay, so let's begin. We'll start here. And again, we're looking at, the divine feminine. We want to start with some ladies washing a baby girl and giving her bath time. Now, again, this is just subliminal programming, so to speak, for those who are watching it. High level shit to raise the self-esteem of the young ladies, of the young women. We're in the age of divine feminine. This is also for my self-esteem, but this is stuff that help the young ladies. So if you got a young baby girl, you want her to watch this section because we about to be on one. We about to celebrate the divine feminine. So wake your ass up and get on up in here and be ready to celebrate the divine feminine. Rolling down the river. Rolling down the river. Yeah. Roll your boat, baby, down the street. Hey, Mary, time is but a dream. Hey, roll your boat, baby, down the street. Baby shark doo 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 doo, baby shark doo 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 doo, baby shark doo 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 doo, baby shark, mama shark doo 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 doo, mama shark doo 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 doo, mama shark doo 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 doo, mommy shark, daddy shark doo 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 doo, daddy shark doo 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 doo. Jesus is my daddy shark. 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 Now, what's important is, when you hear that song, Merrily, Merrily, Life is But a Dream, roll, roll, roll your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, Merrily, Life is but a dream, because life is a dream. This is, you are co-creator in your reality, and this is just a transitory stream of consciousness. And it flows like water. It's supposed to be and flow like water. When you steer your ship. That's what the Queen Mothership is about. Now we say, bring it in this, they're singing in gospel songs. J Sway stands for I am. There's another code, but you see this baby girl, you see she's in the boat, it looks like to be a boat, with water. Obviously it's when the kid tubs, but this this is serenading this Black baby girl, because this is what Black women should be doing to these young girls. They should be singing to these young girls, and giving them their bath time and serenading their souls. And that is something that I really appreciated watching just the optics of this, because there's such a rift between Black mothers and Black daughters in the Black community, and that don't nobody want to talk about because of a lot of the ritual Masonic curses and abuses and narcissistic abuse, and even selling out of their own daughters for money, trafficking their own daughters for money, all types of ridiculous stuff. It's a known thing in the Black community. My master teacher told me about it. Many Black women secretly talk about it. We talk about it behind the scenes. I know probably over pretty much 5 Black women that have issues. Every friend that I've had, they had issues with their mom. So it's a known thing. And so this is what, in order to steer up out of that energy and out of those curses, it's important that we have that upliftment of the younger girls, instead of, you have these old ass Black hens that be jealous of the young ass girls. We steering them purposely, leading them astray, purposely trying to get them pregnant, knocked up, get them trapped. I mean, we see like even, horrific stories that we've seen with Shanquilla and Kanika Jenkins, all these bitches around that be jealous of them and stuff. It's a new day and age, because we don't want to fall under that divine judgment and get our asses thrown out the frame. God is really about to let the cracking ass on people. And so we about to, we want to go into a higher dispensation as heaven on earth, a heaven state of consciousness, a heaven state of mind. And it has to be in alignment with universal laws and with our ancient science. And so with that being said, when we talk about this age of divine feminine, you can't have a bunch of bitches fighting each other, jealous of each other, don't know how to follow instructions. And this go for the Black community. And I'll say this: the most dangerous thing is in life. This was told to me. This is a high level military science. Is to not be able to follow instructions when it is in your best interest too. Now, I've seen that. I've assessed this community for the last 3 years, and I know for a fact that this community does not know how to follow instructions when it is in a best interest, when it comes to even things in their best interest from their leaders. And that is extremely dangerous. Now I'm talking to the gatekeepers because they should have followed the instruction to switch it when I asked them to. I asked them to switch it. It was for a reason. It was not in my best interest. I'm not paid by any of these people, but the right or the left. Follow instructions when it's in your best interest to. Now, we're talking about collectively, community-wise, not because of, it's in just your individual best interest. We're talking about collectively. When that can't happen, that is dangerous. Now, if someone said, go jump off a bridge, you shouldn't follow that instruction. If someone tells you to go do something that is against your best interest, then it makes sense not to follow that instruction. But to the extent that you in a war, a spiritual war, and a physical war, and an ethnocide war, you have to be able to follow instructions at a moment's notice, even if you think you don't understand something fully. For the leaders that care about you, the leaders that is not going to sell you out, they got your best interest. Sometimes it's like, okay, if there's a change of plans, if they can see something you may not be able to see, sometimes you're just going to have to trust it and follow instructions. The most dangerous thing to do in life is to not be able to follow instructions. It can really cause you life or death. It can really be a matter of life and death. It's different than being on code because it's not a cult. It is not a shut up and swallow. It is not a group thing. We're talking about individuals that are leaders, that are highly advanced, and that they are not sellouts. If they are saying something screaming from the rooftop, it is for a reason, and maybe you should follow those instructions. Because on the back end, things are going to work out anyways, but it causes us a lot of bullshit that you got to sift through now, that everybody have to deal with now because of a miscalculation. Not on my part, which I miscalculated for on some things, yes, but not when it comes to this. There was literally people in the ranks that just folded. There's no other way to tell you. There are people that sold out. I don't know. They sold out. That's it. Both white and Black. So, and you can see that now. You see that the white folks is getting at they controlled opposition and hollering at the people that's trying to tell them not to care about the Epstein case and child trafficking. It's like it's a bunch of RNC conservatives that's white that's trying to tell the MAGA base not to care about what we all voted for Trump for damn near, which was ended child trafficking and draining the swamp. Like that's what it was. So you telling us like you can't do that shit? It's people that's been around since 2016. What the fuck? How you gonna tell them for 10 years later now something that they probably was the only reason why they put his ass in here, thinking that he's really gonna drain the swamp? Like what the fuck are you gonna tell somebody that? Oh, hey guys, don't worry about that no more. Them white folks about to go crazy, And so you have to understand how severe this is. Like it is like us versus it's like haves and have nots pretty much, and they and us versus them, like you in the club or you're not in the club, like, and that's really what it is these days. It's not you. That's why the gatekeepers, they both Black and white, and that's why, but our people, they not checking our Black gatekeepers. They won't do it because they think they'll be popular if they don't want to rock the boat. And that's stupid. That's a stupid way to approach it. It really is. It's so short-sighted. But I ain't saying nothing. But when we see this singing to this baby girl, this is what Black women need to be doing more of. I liked this video. I thought this video was really, really amazing. Because the baby girl looks really, really happy. She's jumping up and down for joy, and she's being serenaded to by older Black women that care about her. And that's what's important these days. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the next one. We want to show the quality of this Black woman.
Yeah, man.
She looks fly. Look at this. Bitch, you look fly. You did that. You did that. You did that. And I love this. I love the creativity. I love the ingenuity. I love the extravaganza, the haute couture. I love it. I think it's amazing. So actually, I'm such a dramatic. In my personal life, I don't like. With me, I have a. I don't like the material that clothes are made of these days, and so in my personal house, I like to be in the nude. I ain't even gonna hold you out. That's just me. Unless I guess, obviously, I'm respectful of guests and whatnot. But outside, I like to be dialed up. I like to be dressed up when I'm outside. Um, me, I've always been haute couture, very Goldie type personality, a Goldie type personality. I will wear this. I will walk down the street with this shit. If I knew how to do this level of creativity. Oh yeah, the earrings and all, the necklace and all that. Oh, I think that's dope. I love the style. I think she is so fly. And Black women, you want to be getting into the extravaganza, because that's honestly, they always mimicking you. All even the queen, you know how they love to be, even the drag stuff. It's all mimicking you. Even the way people like to cosplay, the way a Black woman act and stuff. And this is really our style. Like this is just like extra for no. This is what we like to look like, and this is a beautiful thing. This is. I'm telling you. In my mind's eye, this what I be seeing. I don't know what the fuck y'all be seeing. This is what I be thinking of. And guess I would dead ass walk down the street with this on twirl with that hairstyle. With how it's turning around in a circle like that. So she got some sort of electronic gadget hooked up in her hair to turn it. Oh, I would walk down the motherfucking street like that. Yes, I would. And that's just how Black women are, like extravagant. But they don't want us to be extravagant. They want us to be plain Jane. I ain't plain Jane. I don't care. Y'all could pick on me. Oh, you big. Oh, you this. I don't give a fuck. I'm still not plain Jane. I still walking around like I'm that bitch. I still walk around like I'm that goddess. Like I am that priestess. Like I am that woman. Okay? I don't give a fuck what this weirdo ass society has to say because they don't know shit. They don't know nothing. They sitting there copying everything we do and want us to feel bad about ourselves, gaslighting us. Get the fuck out of here. And so this lady right here, she fly as fuck. This is what Black women is. This is what you need to be doing. Don't be ashamed to be extra because you like to wear big goldie earrings, baby hairs, whatever the fuck you want to do. Natural locks, afro, teeny afro, whatever. Clothes, no clothes. Who gives a fuck? Like all this judgment, all of this jealousies. Do you look the way you want to look? Look how you want to wear your hair. And don't let nobody judge you. Even in the community, who gives a fuck if somebody want to wear makeup? You don't want to wear makeup. You want the natural look. You don't want the natural. It's like it's an individual prerogative. You can't try to control what other people do. You can't change people at the end of the day. She got her copper bracelets on, copper, all types of shit, necklaces. I love it. I love it. I love to see this shit. So I just wanted to show her because I thought she was dope, and she does like a lot of. I'm telling you, this is the creativity. This is the creativity. She got a whole bunch of hairstyles like this, by the way, and she do this stuff on her own. And so, what's wrong with being a creative soul? Why didn't want to shame you for being a creative soul? She did that herself. She can do her hair the way she want to do her hair. I love it. I think it's dope. But that's the aspect of the divine feminine. We also want to share this. Afros. The natural look is beautiful too. you know, all these different types of afros. Remember the doobie wrap. Remember Lisa Turner. And again, we're Sarah Jenkins. What we're doing is, this is some programming. Regine Hunter. So, again, this is ancestral technologies. And by that we're talking about like the way you subliminal, um there's a ways that we know how to do this. When I say it, I know psychotronics and radionics. This is the proper way to use these sciences to uplift a person's image, to uplift the see of what they can see about themselves. What the way that they're represented, the way they should be seeing they self, different colors, different styles, different sizes, different of the same archetype of this divine feminine, this black woman. Now remember these? They said y'all was out here rocking these. These shoes, these was the shit in the hood back in the day. I ain't even gonna hold you. I had me a couple of pair. Used to be able to get them at the corner store because the Chinese was bootlegging the Versace designs. And the A-Rats, Lord have mercy. But nonetheless, this brings back a lot of memories for a lot of black women. I already and people, I'm telling you, people did not like these shoes, but we swore that these were the business. We swore that these was everything, and they was a good price, and they were comfortable. You slip them on your feet, and they go with any type of outfit. You can wear them with pretty much anything. You get them in a bunch of different colors. They got a pair for every motherfucking color outfit, and you out here in this bitch. You out here in the game. But the boys, they used to be laughing at us like. The black men, they used to be looking like, man, they love them shoes. They couldn't say nothing either because there was so many women wearing them. So, what can they say? But that these was that thing back in the day. And so we just showing all of these different types of women, paying honor to this black woman. So I think I got a freezy. Let me eat my freezy. And be wanting to build up the self-esteem of these young girls. So if you got a young girl, and it's conscious, it's very intentional. And we're very upfront that this is a subliminal programming. And it's not we're not hiding it, but we're doing it for righteous reasons. We got Coretta Scott King. We got Lenny Kravitz ass. We got Nikki Giovanni. She's an amazing poet. Well, she's one of the actual pioneers of delineation, believe it or not. She's one of the. She was talking about delineation. Your ass talking about that shit 30, 40 years ago. Not the way that is now, like literally like actual cultural collation, not fighting with other melanated people. Let's see. I have to be careful with sounds and copyright, so I might not be able to play no sounds. But here go the old school dances. I'm gonna throw a kind of song. And so just because divine feminine relates to women doesn't mean that the matriarchal society does not include men, is not abusive to men. So that's why it's not a big deal to include them in things. But we should have institutions that honor one another, that are for black men and black women. But the governance structure in the community has to be willed out, and it has to fall under universal law. And so 90s hairstyles is coming back. I love it because I always wanted. I used to do 90 hairs. Again, I've always been an old soul. So I've been waiting for these motherfucking 90s hairstyles to come back. Because a lot of people don't know this, but I can do hair. I does hair. Like I mean, we talking about like, like most of the 90s styles, twisties, all of this shit that you see on your screen, I could do all these hairstyles, hands down, most likely. Just some of the ones with the stiffer look, I don't really do the stiffer look with the spritz and all that. Because remember, we used to have that spritz with all these hairstyles. Oh, I could do all these hairstyles. I just don't like to do hair. It's not like, like some people become hairstylists. I'm just not a hairstylist, but I can do hair. And I'm glad that these 90s styles is coming back. I'm glad that the nails is coming back. I love motherfucking nails. I don't get my nails done and I don't wear nails, but I love nails like on women, especially really long ones. And I wish I could wear them. I can't function with nails on though. But I really admire people that can function with the nails on because it's hard for me to wash up. It's hard for me to wipe my ass. It's hard for me to do everything with real, real long nails. So that's why I don't wear long nails because I can't function with them. But I love the way they look. I love the way long nails look. Okay. And so, like these 90s styles are coming back. Like this, I would rock all day. I love this type shit. I'm telling you, even when I give my little town speech when I'm running for president, I don't give a shit how what people think about me. I'm wearing this motherfucking hairstyle. People gonna be like, really? How is this person running for president with that hairstyle? It doesn't matter. Like everybody gotta be themselves these days. It's about the age of Saturn. You gotta stop being a fake motherfucker. Stop thinking you gotta put on a suit and tie and talk all proper and yeah, obviously I know the King's English. Like, I can talk very, very proper. I can talk about, hey guys, let's give us a great state of the address council. And I can do all that motherfucking shit. But that's the day and age that we in. Yes, it's a time and a space, right? There's definitely a time and a space for, formality and whatnot. Don't get me wrong. And decorum. But these days it's better to just be yourself because you see all this stuff that's popping off with the government, all the discoveries, all of the stuff coming out about the industries and people business coming out there because they was being fake. Because they was trying to present one image, but behind the scenes doing a bunch of fuckery. Okay, not being themselves, not wanting to look the way they want to look, not dressing the way they want to dress, not acting the way they really want to act, not talking the way they really want to talk, and they suffer in silence. But no more. Those days are gone. Everybody gonna be they self, good, bad, right, or wrong. Now let's look at this. Now, Black woman, this is why you be having so many issues because you try to act. You've been trying to act all high strength and stuff, and it's too late. People already saw it. Now let's look at this old ass lady, how she talking. This shit is funny as hell. Y'all about to be cracking up. Look at this old lady right here.
Story that's been leading our website all day. A man who broke into a Rochester home last night turned out to be no match for the 82-year-old grandmother who lives there. And here she is, Willie Murphy.
82 years old. Watch her. Watch how she moving.
In her own words.
She said he picked the wrong house.
The young man is in my home, broke the door. And you know what? It's kind of semi-dark, and I'm alone, and I'm old, but guess what? I'm tough. And you want to know what happens? He picked the wrong house to break into. I took that table, and I went to working on him, and guess what? The table broke. And it had metal legs, and I'm jugging him. And when he's down, I'm jumping on him. And the telephone is still on for 911. I'm running in the kitchen. There's a bottle of baby shampoo on the table. I grabbed the shampoo, and guess what? He's still on the ground. In his face, all over it, the whole thing. And he's trying to get up, and he's pulling. And I got the broom, and he's pulling the broom, and I'm hitting him. I'm hitting him with the broom, hitting him. And guess what? He wants to get the heck out of there, and I'm trying to help him get out of the house, but he's too heavy. I can't move him. He's dead weight. And at that time, the police arrive on the porch, and the house is already open, so they come in. He's laying down already, because I had really did a number on that man. I'm serious. I'm serious.
Thought that shit was hilarious. She beat the brakes out. She 82 years old. And so, you look, I ain't mad at her. She did the right thing. And now we want to also tap into the balance. So, like on the show Survivor, they would always have these shows they would always have like challenges that dealt with balance. And did you notice that anytime there was a balance challenge, like a balance beam, the women would generally win? And so they did some studies and found out that women are better at balancing, just like how men are physically stronger than women through their muscles, arm muscles. Women balance. They're good with anything with balance beams, anything where you have to stand and balance something on your head. That's why they used to show a lot of the women with the water jugs on their heads, how they balance all that stuff on their heads. And it's usually women that go and do that and get the water. So I just wanted to show you, what it's like when a woman is balancing. So that's the balance. That's the subliminal programming of balance. And so now we have one where the ladies are dancing. So we want, again, this divine feminine, and we seeing the movement of the hips. It's very important these days. Okay. So now we got sexual chocolate. Remember up Coming to America when the dude was performing it like sexy chocolate. Sexy chocolate. So once we see that extravagance, that wanting to show vastness of the different arrays of beauty through hairstyle. Hair is very important. And I like extravagant styles like this. This has been my nature, but they always want to shame us for this. But this is what we should keep doing more of, to be honest. See, it's a lot. She did it herself. It's a beautiful hairstyle. See, and look, I like, again, I'm one to wear stuff like this. I ain't even gonna hold you. I have done it. I know how to do these type of hairstyles. Like, this is what I like to look, that's just me. Very avant-garde. I like the avant-garde look. And so I like this look. Okay, so let's look. We're doing another balance. And we're showing the divine feminine balancing. So again, we're showing that greatness of the divine feminine. So let's show. I really like this model. I think I like her. I think her name is Val Baby 003. Is that her name? But I just think I just love her body. I just think she's so pretty. And I follow her and I'm always be liking her stuff. I just think she is dope. What I'm doing, I just like her look. Yes. And so now we'll play this.
Probably at some point in time heard that Medusa was actually an African queen from Libya. Well, I did a little deep digging into that for about 3 or 4 years with my research and found not only was this true, but there were aspects of the mythology also that had been buried. That indeed Medusa and Athena actually were one and the same goddess at one point during the period of matriarchy, when the grandmothers were the tutors of the younger women, and there was this understanding that all of the stages of women, the 3 stages of women in particular, virgin, mother, and crone, are actually an expression of 3 archetypes that are in essence one woman. And this archetype of woman is like the muse of mankind's development, spiritually as well as technologically, and all of the things that we look at as being those things that advance. All of you have probably at some point in time heard.
So that's the story of Medusa and the 3 stages of crone, maiden, mother crone. That is very true. And I thought that was amazing because now we want to get into, like how you said, that there's 3 archetypes that represents the essence of one woman, and these are the different stages in life that a woman go through, and so that is correct as well. But what I think it's amazing, because now we're going to get really psychological and sociological. We're going to talk about the Madonna whore complex, because now we're going to show, and we're about to get busy. We want to show the ladies of the night. We want to show, like, okay, we talk about the divine feminine, and we're going to break down sociologically the Madonna whore complex. So this goddess whore complex, where men put a dichotomy on women to limit their expression of self, based on the ideas that they have in their head about even their own mother, and then their girlfriends, and how that plays out in the role with their females, and then their relation to women in general. And that's why you see, like, well, let's break down what it means. So the goddess horror complex, it's deeply rooted, it's extremely misogynistic, and it's damaging to both society, to men and women. And so this is a complex that is perpetuated by men that put women in two categories: either the goddess or the Madonna, who is just like this pure, virtuous, virginal, nurturing statue, which is what a lot of men put me in the category of, to be honest. They put me in that category. And then there's the other category is the whore, a woman who was deemed as overly sexual, manipulative, and promiscuous. That's usually how they try to categorize a lot of the OnlyFans girls, or like a lot of the baddies or whatever, Instagram models or whatever. But that dichotomy, it rigidly limits women's expression, their agency, and their freedom by going into those two categories, because they're not realistic. And no one person fits either, just one or the other, right? So dichotomy, it describes, that complex where women are either going to be a whore or a goddess. But that's just not how nature works. And so when it comes to relationships, in terms of like what men are sexually attracted to, you see them liking the Instagram models, you see them go to the strip clubs, you see them pay for prostitutes, but then their wife is something completely different. And so men put women in those categories, and they act out these weirdo fantasies based on there's false preconceptions of what women like, or of who women are. But men who suffer from the goddess horror complex, even women that suffer from it, they can't view a woman's sexuality as loving and sexual. It's either one or the other. Where sexuality can totally be filled and infused and ought to be infused with love. And even the expression of just raunchy sexuality, I argue, at least in the bedroom context, it can still be infused with love, or at least, at the very least, recreational. That's why people go to the strip clubs for recreational purposes. But to cope with those feelings of anxiety, they'll compartmentalize, their romantic love for women they deem to have qualifications to be a wife and a mother. But then they'll have little to no sexual arousal, and they value women that they'll consider promiscuous, but they sexually desire. So this was a situation that even Cassie had to deal with, with escorts and consent, and then versus coercion, just because someone gets paid for consent. For promiscuity. So society devalues women of the night, even though they're low-key sexually aroused, or even though see pastors getting caught with prostitutes and pastors looking at porn and all this stuff, but they want to but they wife looks like this cherubim, godly, virginal, probably like the first person that she had ever had sex with, but still low-key he going out to go to the strip club, he going to look at porn, but he got this wife that is very inexperienced or may not be sexual at all. That dichotomy that is dangerous. It ruins homes and families. And then women themselves try to fit into either or of those boxes, and they limit the range of within their own expression of their very souls. So I'm obviously against this complex. I think that women can be both, and in many ways, I think they are both. And I think maybe they go through different stages in life in which they embody those archetypes. Typically, and maybe not. But even if they're embodying one archetype, they're usually suppressing others within themselves. Yes, so I wanted to show the ladies of the night. This a lot of people don't know this, but when I was younger, I had an affinity for strip clubs. To go visit them. I remember the first strip club I went to. I had went to a couple strip clubs in Buffalo. They were kind of boring though. The strip clubs in Buffalo, they're like nothing. But when I went to Atlanta, I moved to Atlanta when I was 22 years old, and had a friend with me, a childhood friend who also decided to take the trip with me so that she can help me move and get settled in Atlanta. And it was always going to be like a little vacation for her, a little vacation for me. She was going to help me move, whatever shopping we needed to do, whatever furniture we needed to buy. She was going to help me, but we also was going to plan to hit the town. Like what's up in Atlanta? Because she had been there before and I hadn't. So it was her way of actually showing me some things. We were both into poetry and stuff. So she was going to show me some of the poetry stuff. They had like, different things that was around Atlanta to do. But one of the things, obviously that Atlanta is known for is the strip club. And so that was the first thing I wanted to go and visit. And so I was very irresponsible at 22 years old. I think I only had like $2,500 to my name, right? That didn't. I had already got my plane ticket. I already got my hotel. I already had graduate housing and everything set up and whatnot. And so I didn't have to worry about those things. But I literally just had $2,500. Was it 25? Yeah, about 2,800, give or take. But with that $2,800, it was to stretch me. Because I had started, they had, what was it called? The research assistant. So it was like this little job that I was waiting to start that. It was for the research assistant position. And so I was waiting. So we had this $2,800. And I had to get school books with that, furniture, whatever else I needed to do. But I'm telling you, I didn't care about any of those things at 22. I said, we're going to the strip club. And so it was one of the strip clubs. I think it's closed now. It was called something with diamonds. Onyx or Diamonds. It wasn't King of Diamonds. It was the one where they had like a theater where you can go and get a haircut. You can get a haircut. You can get they had cigars and whatnot. Whatever that name of that strip club was. It wasn't Magic City because I would have remembered Magic City. It was the other one that was really popular, but I think it's closed now. And so me and my friend, we went there. We ordered cigars, like the ones that the males get. I remember at that time I used to drink, so we used to have a lot of Fireball whiskey. And I went to the ATM, I took out $500. I just blew it in a strip club. So irresponsible. Had no money for my books because we had earlier that week went to like this steakhouse in one of them bougie ass steakhouse and bought like $100 steaks and shit. We like totally irresponsible. Okay, like I'm not proud of this. I'm not saying. I'm just giving my story in terms of like because people put me in like this Madonna category, and it's like, yeah, totally, sure, I don't mind, but it's interesting because I know like going to the strip clubs, and seeing those in Atlanta, they get booty butthole naked, bucket naked. You can see their pubic hairs, you can see their public hairs, like Bernie Mac said, you can see their public hairs, like off of Players Club. You can see their public hairs. And just having such a good time and not caring about what people thought. My friend, she actually had a boyfriend. She had a boyfriend. She was taking care of his damn kid, and she out there. I mean, she was more to the ladies. I was really shocked because I was honestly, I'm already like a nervous type personality, to an extent. Like I have shyness. So when these girls were coming all over us, when I said that, literally coming, but like just dancing all over us, I'm sitting here like shy. Like I remember, like I could, I wasn't, I remember the girl was busted it wide open because this scene for JJ. And I'm like literally like looking away because I'm like shy. And my friend is just like all up in it. And she got a whole boyfriend. It was just hilarious. But I remember just giving the girls my money. I'm like, well, I guess, again, I'm a shy personality. I'm already kind of socially awkward. So, I'm like, here's your money. But they didn't care because the girls kept coming back. It was these pretty brown girls. And like shit. This girl's giving us hundreds of dollars at a time. It was all in ones and stuff. But it's like, shit, we stayed over here. We had all the girls. And my friend, she had some money. I don't think she was as irresponsible as me, I'll say. Because I know good and well I had nobody like that to be doing all that. But we had a really good time, and it just made me think about that because I like the strip clubs. I remember, no lie, Um, this this guy asked me to go out on a date. You know, and I was also, I think, like 23 at 24. I was 23 at this time, and you know, I was like, well, what are we gonna do? He said, well, I'll let you pick. When I come pick you up, you can tell me where you want to go, and we'll do it. And I'm in my head, mind you, I don't know social etiquette. I'm not thinking like, you know, what are the protocols of courtship or dating. I'm not thinking any of that at 23. I'm just thinking, okay, when he comes pick me up, we're gonna go to the strip club. That's what I was thinking in my head. And so we go to the, you know, I get in his car and he's like, where you want to go? I said, let's go to the strip club. And so, you know, his face was looking like, what in the world did I get myself into? Like, and at that time, I had on the Buster Brown church shoes. You know, the Buster Brown church shoes with the church outfit. I mean, it would have looked like, you know how the Jehovah Witnesses be dressed, how they be knocking on your door. That's how the fuck I was dressed. Because I was still like, I had just came out of the church. To be honest, I just came out of the church, and by that I mean like I'd always you know, there's been times where I've been off and on, but like I'd say it had been like a year or two, about a year or two. So I was still kind of dressing like as if to go to church, and I went to church a lot out of several times out of the week, and so I was still dressing like that, like the Buster Brown shoes that you would wear to church, like looking like a damn deaconess, damn near. You know how the deaconess dress? I was in his car dressed like that, and we were on our way to. If I'm lying, I'm dying. I cannot make this up. And he was even looking like, what? He said, I cannot wait to tell my friends this. He like, this can't be real. How would you dress like this? And you want a church? Do you think that this is? And I'm thinking in my head, like, dude, I would do this by myself. Like, I have done this by myself. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, can you just take me to the fucking church? Like, you said it was a date. Like, and mind you, in my head, I'm not thinking like that's inappropriate. Like, it's maybe, you know, the guy's really dead ass serious, and you know, he wants to go on the date. You know, what are you doing? Because I didn't understand like those type of things. You know, and so we do go to the strip club. It's my idea. It's 100% my idea. And he kept saying, are you sure you want to do this? We can go to a restaurant, you know. And I'm thinking in my head, like, I didn't understand the big deal, but I didn't understand like male female dichotomy or Western ideas of courtship and Western ideas of, or even Black ideas of this type of thing. I just, in my mind, I just didn't think like that. I never even, I told you the story of me losing my, not losing, but me exploring my virginity rather, or my sexuality with my time with my virginity. You know, I just didn't have, I had the way that other people think. I just didn't think like that. You know, it was just like what my approach to everything is just so different in the world. So we go inside the strip clubs. We go inside the strip club. I get me some money at the ATM. Um, because I, you know, and if, you know, if I'm not ashamed of my sexuality, like if I, you know, was a certain way, I would say it. I wouldn't give a fuck. Like, who are these people to impress? Who is humanity to impress? You know, so it's like if I was like any type of way, I would say it. I wouldn't give a fuck. But I have to say, the ladies thought that it was his idea, and the ladies was looking because I was dressed like a church girl. I was dressed with the church shoes. You know, everybody know deluxe, deflex, them church, them Buster Brown looking shoes that look like you wear to the church with the deacon outfit. I remember the dress and everything I had on. Lord have mercy, and I did not give a fuck. When I said I had no shame in my game, and the ladies was looking kind of sad, like, damn, he done dragged this church girl out here to the strip club to appease his misogynistic ideas of lust, and she just got to sit here. And he said, look, I don't want y'all to think that I'm that type of man. This was her motherfucking idea. I don't know what the fuck, you know. I'm calling it something above my pay grade, ladies. Just give her the dances, you know. Did she want us to dance? Yeah, did she want y'all to dance? He literally started explaining because they was looking at him like, you ain't shit. Like they was being so nice to me and being so kind to me, but they was looking at him like, you little bitch, you ain't shit. You gonna take her to some strip club, and he was like, I don't want y'all treating me like that. He was like, look, this was her idea, and when he was saying that, they mouth dropped. Like And they was looking at me like, and they thinking, okay, y'all must just be friends then if y'all just got it like that, when you could just bring some, it's your idea. And he was like, no, this is our date, but this is her idea. This was her doing. And the ladies, they let up off of him. They were being a lot nicer. And they were being really nice to me, but they was just still looking like, girl, your ass don't know how to date. Which is true. She didn't know how to date. And I pulled that behavior with another guy, and he kind of checked me. He was just like, dude, we're not going to no strip club. Like, because it was just my thing. Like, I remember that he took me out though. We went out, we got we got food and drinks, whatever. But he's like, what you want to do now? This strip club. And he was looking like, dude, he was like, I just can't do that. I can't put you in that category. And like, I'm trying to, like, at that time, this dude was serious about courtship and marriage. So he was just like, no, like, what the fuck? Like, I'm not doing that shit. And we didn't go. But I also learned, those were learning lessons for me, because when we talk about like the Madonna horror complex, and breaking down the sociology around that, and then my own proclivities to even the archetype that I wear is very virginal and very matronly, but it's like I have like this other side that I own and that I don't hide, that's very private. But and also, I like to, like, what's wrong with a strip club or two? And nowadays, I would have to say I wouldn't go. Only because these days you just can't do much of nothing really. I mean, it's so much craziness out here. But if I had it like that, I would bring the strippers to me for my little party with me and my dude. And I'm just saying, in the theoretical world, I'll just bring them motherfuckers to me. I think you could hire them or something. But I probably wouldn't go into a club these days. But I also don't be freaking like that. These days I just keep my energy to myself, my frequency to myself, because I trust myself. And if something go wrong, it's on myself. So these days I don't go to those strip clubs. But I just thought that it was funny researching this Madonna horror complex and thinking about like the divine feminine and where do the ladies of the night fit in, and how they get devalued. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with the devaluation of any women, especially Black women. We know what it's like to be devalued when everybody's copying you and everybody's scared of you and everybody's thinks is stealing your swag and your sauce in it, and then acting like you ain't shit, and then trying to bite off of you. And then you got people want to sell you out. Your own men will sell you out. Everybody's abusing you but want to be you, and that shit's foul, And so I don't like to prop it up like, okay, this particular archetype is better than that archetype. I've never been that type of woman because I don't feel threatened by no other bitch, to be honest. But when I see how these women be trying to devalue each other, like, okay, the women that be bragging about, they try to anything but a man. And what is it called? Like, they long as they got a man type syndrome, the pygmesia type syndrome. But it's like, they'll throw that in other women's faces that are childless by choice. And childless by choice women throw their stuff up in their face too, like the soft care women and the luxury Black women and the OnlyFans women. They will throw that shit up in another woman's face too. I've seen it both ways. I sit back and I observe everything as the all. You see the priestess, Black women would throw up they shit up in another woman's face. They got more power. They be moving shit with their motherfucking minds, and and I see it all. I see how women be having pussy wars with each other. I think it's fucking stupid. But I see it. And I think it's sad. Because a lot of those women, nothing is as it seems. Again, nothing is as good as it seems, and nothing is as bad as it seems with all of these archetypes that we wear. Isn't it a price to pay on the back end with any archetype that you fit in, whether you're the priestess, high priestess, goddess type energy, the matronly home wife and the energy, the whore energy, the boss luxury CEO energy, self-care energy, all of those energies. I think that they're valid, and I think in many ways women could probably juggle many of those different phases throughout their life. But I know that a lot of women suffer in silence. some of them not even suffering in silence. Some of them will tell. I've met women that regret having their kids. I have met women that talk so much shit about their man, shit. Like, man, you will never be able to shame me or fool me. You'll never be able to shame me or fool me. I've seen the way these bitches, man, it's bad. And they will tell you they regret having all the kids that they got and all this stuff, and how they feel like a slave in a marriage, all types of shit. So that's why I don't shame, they want to shame the ladies of the night. They want to sit up there and drag them, and really low key they jealous of them. They be jealous. I've seen the way a woman will fly off the fucking handle at these type of women. And I'm like, you're jealous of them because low key your man is sitting up there going to these strip clubs and tricking on these women, hiring them as hoes, to fuck on, cheating on you with them, getting sideways with them, and really you want to fit that role, but you're trying to not be yourself, you know? And so you want to hold off on the next woman. You always, and what I hate is when women want to blame other women for the shit that men do. I hate that shit. That is so disgusting. And want to sit up there and prop yourself up to be in a competition with another bitch with none of these niggas. All these niggas be treating these women like shit. Light skinned ones, dark skinned ones, big ones, skinny ones. I've seen some light skinned women get the dog frame tore out their ass by these niggas. And how the community do with the colorism shit. They get dogged out just as bad as the dark skinned ones, but then they want to have pin you niggas against each other fighting, the women fighting like cats and dogs over some bullshit. And they want to throw their weight around or whatever they think they got leverage to abuse another woman with. Whether it be they want to rub in somebody's face that they a boss, that they educated, that they got a degree, or that they got a car, or that they got a husband and the kids, even though they getting cheated on they can't stand actually having to take care of the badass kids. They a slave in their own marriage. They want to shame the hoe that's making that's a OnlyFans girl. The OnlyFans girl want to shame the pick Misha. But the OnlyFans girl also got issues and just got rid of chlamydia and shit. Everybody got nothing is 100%. Nothing that we do as women. Nothing is going to be 100%. It's always going to be something that we got to deal with on the back end. I just don't think nobody should be shaming one another because you could be in any of those archetypes at any moment of your life. And you got to look out for women at the end of the day, regardless of what archetype a woman is wearing. You have to look out for each other, or else ain't nobody else gonna look out for you, especially Black women. So when we see the way Black women is carrying on, y'all ought to be a fucking shame of yourself, the way you treating each other. Knowing good and hell well ain't nobody gonna have your back. You sit up there and have these niggas back, they'll sell your ass out without second thought for this white man. Man, you ladies is out of pocket. They won't give a fuck. I'm telling you right now, you see how they do, even you got kids, you see how they left all them single mothers in the hood and all this stuff. They don't give a shit. They'll sacrifice your ass without second thought. And so it's incumbent upon women to look out for each other. And if you're not going to do that, then don't complain about nothing, because these people, they got their target on us. And y'all want to sit and act like, okay, we got to be conservative now. Oh, we got to be this now. Carve out your own shit without all these people all in your mix. You ain't going to get along with them people. And them people never fucked with you, and they ain't never like you. And they jealous of you, and they going to be jealous of you from the beginning of time to the end of all times. So you play them games with them people if you want. You can play them games with them people. You're nothing but a pawn to them. And it's a shame because you're really a goddess, but you're going to be a pawn in somebody else's game instead of creating your own, no matter the consequences. We could have get a lot farther if people just worked together, but no, they wanted to be in competition. They wanted to get you out the paint. They wanted a defense contract. They wanted to sell you out. Stupid bitches. Give up a quadrillion-dollar empire just because you want to be in competition with somebody. Stupidity. But nonetheless, let's finish watching these 2 videos, and then we're gonna head up on off of here.
I have to say, I'm gonna take that off of YouTube when we do play these videos because of the copyright and the songs, and so we are gonna migrate. We're still gonna be on Rumble, and we're still gonna be on Spaces. Now what I want to say, is before we do that, give people some time maybe to migrate over. There's not that many people I think watching anyways, but I want to show that earlier artist that we'll be looking at. I want to show a little bit more of her designs because I feel like, we didn't, I just show like one style, and this is an actual artist. She's a hair sculptor artist. And so before we play the Ladies of the Night video, which we do have to migrate over for that. Plus there's an echo in the recording. And so I had to switch some of the speakers and stuff around so that echo. So I have to pretty much, I have to just, I'm not going to be playing that video because it's an echo in the background. So I'm going to have to play it under the new speakers, and so that the echo is removed. And so we'll do that. And so let me just make sure. And so this was that artist that we were looking at, Faith the designer. And I just think she's a dope. She's hair sculptor, she's a hair artist, and it's fascinating. She designed all these things herself. And, I just want to I want to take a deeper look myself, you know, because art is very important, and expression, especially if something is as sacred as hair, so she does, she takes it to a whole nother level. I will wear a lot of these styles. I think they're awesome. And I just think it's something else, you know. Um, so I love her artwork. So this is in the more of her art. That's dope. But she do all them braids and design all that stuff herself. That's why we like creativity. And this is why we wanted to do an ode to the divine feminine for creativity. You could see her sculpting it herself. It's not AI. I do. I think this is so she does collaborations too. And this is my first time. I saw her, but this is my first time actually going through her Instagram. So I'm like, wow. So still, I think that's the one we saw earlier. So yes. Make sure that my sound is actually good because I did remove those speakers. So I think that's important. I should have did that earlier. Make sure it's still playing because I did remove my speakers. Oh, okay, so it did work. The only thing is like the volume is lower when I use the computer speaker, so that's why I like to hook up the external speakers. Then the external speaker only works if I have some other weird gadget hooked in, and so it's just be a lot going on. And then there's an echo if I play certain things on YouTube or whatnot. And so it's just it's annoying. So I don't maybe it's the wrong speaker to get because it honestly should work without having to hook up, um, two different devices. I don't know what's up with that. Probably did something different. Oh, this lady, you got to give a gift there. Some good hairstyling. Some hairstyling. You know what? See, and here they come. They want her to do the fashion designing. But you see, that's what we're talking about, the influence even up to the highest levels. Like, that's to be expected. Like this. So, so I'm telling you, she gonna have all the ladies. Look at this is an East Indian woman. This black woman about to have all the ladies rocking these type hairstyles. I'm telling you. Look at that already. So she did her hair for her wedding. That's where I'm telling you. I already know where this is going. But that's the creativity of black women. Like what? See her whole life, I could imagine. She probably's been doing, creative artist like so we're talking about the creativity, the ingenuity, freedom of expression, and the freedom to be yourself. And that is what's important these days. I was very glad to discover this artist. I love art, and especially conceptual art, artistic art. This is a different. she's a sculptor, and it has to do with hair sculptor. And so I just find this, I really enjoy this. I really, really, really enjoy this artist. So now, let's get this off of YouTube, and we're going to play my Mazzani. We're going to play the ladies of the night now. I just wanted to switch them speakers. We should be good. And what we'll do now is remove it off of YouTube. If you are on YouTube, you have a great, great weekend. But we are going to take this one to be still on X. We have just a little bit more because I want to show a little bit a powerful scene from the latest season of Squid Games as it relates to the divine feminine, and I want to break that down esoterically, but obviously we won't be able to do that on YouTube. So, I just it's Gen Z. They watch the Squid Games. The Gen Z crowd. And so, what I think that I'll be when I break it down the scene to them, they can understand it in the context of what we talked about today, and then even in the context of those who may have a little bit of knowledge about the divine feminine, maybe millennials probably. If anybody who watched the Squid Games, I think you'll be able to uh, see when we dissect that part, you'll be able to get the importance of why they put that in the movie scene, but not the movie, but the third season of Squid Games. And we're talking about, for those uh, who may not have time to watch it now, we're talking about the third episode of the third season at the 13-minute mark, where the old lady was begging the men to leave the game to save the life of that baby girl, and how she was trying to beg them that it was more than enough in terms of like, let's just walk away, let's not be greedy, and how the men just didn't give a shit, and how she was trying to plead on the behalf of divine feminine. So you had this crone, right? Then you had this mother figure, the lady who had the baby, and then you had the maiden, which would be the representative of the baby girl, but this three archetype figure of the divine feminine, and you saw that old lady just get on her knees and beg, beg, beg the men to just walk away with the money that they after playing the Squid Games, which is life or death. She didn't want to risk her life anymore or anybody else's life, especially that of an innocent child. And so she was begging, these patriarchs, like these were all just men. And they just did not care in terms of like trying to warn them, not listening to wisdom, not listening to the wisdom of women. And so when we play the Squid Games, I want you guys to keep that in mind as far as the breakdown of that scene as like, her trying to plead for as a woman of wisdom and trying to get them to understand, like, hey, we have more than enough. As far as at that point, as far as the prize game, for those who are familiar with Squid Games, they would have probably walked away with, I think, about 1.4 million apiece. And we talk USD cash, and it still wasn't enough for them. Mind you, there was, it's a life or death situation. Mind you, it was a baby on the line, like a woman had a baby during the games. And they were willing to take out the baby. They just did not care. They was willing to, they showed it. And I was glad that the Koreans put that in there, as far as that scene, because it was like a big catalyst for like when we're trying to usher in the age of divine feminine, and we have like a bunch of insecure weirdos that's like, we'll go with AI and make AI our God and violate nature and violate universal laws and just to feel like we have power, even though we don't even understand what the fuck we're doing. And you could tell they don't understand what they're doing. But it's like it's like anything to desecrate the divine feminine, to desecrate an age. It's like, well, we're not going to versus go under any sort of natural order as it relates to switching of change of guard, uh, following under a fair governance that is more in alignment with nature. It's like they'll just go towards the beast system. Like, okay, we'll just go towards AI. And that's kind of what that scene is representative of. We'll just go towards the money. We'll just choose to greed. The money is progress in their eyes. The money is the evolution, even though people were dying, even though people were miserable, even though people were losing their life over to gamble, essentially, just to gamble with their life, but just to gamble and to earn money. to win money, even if it meant their death. And what the lady was trying to tell him, like, look, she was willing to give him her share. She was, trying to plead that it wasn't worth it. They were losing a lot in the midst of um, that what they were doing. So she just wanted them to go no and go home, and they wouldn't do it. And then obviously the baby ended up winning. For those spoiler events, sorry about that. The baby ended up the baby girl, and she had the X. You see how they put the X on her? Um, because she didn't even want to play the game. She was born into something that she didn't even want to play. She didn't want to play the game. She was forced to play the game, and she ended up winning because some of the guys, like player 456 was represent, is representative of the black, well, not the, but the patriarch who defends the divine feminine all the way to the end. This is a natural order who keeps his humanity, who keeps his integrity, who fights to keep his humanity, and that's what he was showing. Now you could have took an easier way out if you ask me objectively being of the dark divine feminine of the primordial sense. Remember when old dude gave him the knife and said, hey, y'all both could walk away and live and we can end the games? That's the deal he should have took, to be quite frank, because those men, they cared nothing about that baby. They were willing to harm the little baby. And as far as utility, they had lost their humanity. And so you send those men out into the world versus the life of an innocent child. As far as the way we think of it, functionalism, that baby's life in my eyes was worth more than those 6 guys who had already sold their soul and was willing to harm an innocent child and willing to harm innocent old people and was greedy beyond measure and wouldn't just walk away. And so if it was me personally, he should have taken that deal that the dude, when they do, gave him the knife and said, yo, gave him the alley route, gave him the out, yo, go take them out and you and that baby can live and y'all will win and you'll get the money. He still wanted to keep on to, this sort of self-righteousness. When I think objectively, I can make the case that that was a poor decision because he ended up dying, right? The baby, ended up winning, but he didn't have to die. Is the point, and he should have taken them players out because they died anyways. Is the point? They died anyways because of their own greed and their own selfishness. So it was a miscalculated risk, if you ask me. As far as uh, risk management, the best outcome would have been for him to just take those 6 guys out himself with that night and to save him and that baby and to win the game, end the game, and take the money and win for the second time. Honestly, that is literally the most logical thing. But I understand the logistics of humanity around it, so he said. So he claims, that still would have been the right thing to do. But I can totally make the case that it was the absolute right thing to do. They ended up dying anyways. He ended up dying, and he saved the life of this baby girl. So he died for the divine feminine, but at the same time, it's like you didn't have to die. And that's the thing, like that is honestly how the men in 125D are raised, but at the same time, they are trained in good calculation, better calculation than what they showed in that show. But nonetheless, matter of fact, since I'm talking about that so much, I'd rather just play that first and then we'll do ladies of the night because I'm already talking about the Netflix, and so it's gonna throw me off. If I break and just start playing Mizani and then go back to this show. So we'll do that. Let me remove this off of YouTube though for sure, because I already know it's gonna be a big deal. So let's remove that first. If you're on YouTube, love you. Have a great weekend and thanks for stopping by. I appreciate everybody who checked this out, who checked me out, spent some time on Friday. Enjoy your Friday. Have a great night.